call to order the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting of August 14th, 2019. The first item of business is to welcome Hal Hallstein to the board, and you begin by reading your oath of office.
Thank you, Tom. I, Harold Hallstein, do solemnly affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and of the State of Colorado and the Charter and ordinances of the City of Boulder, and faithfully perform the duties of the office of a member of the Open Space Board of Trustees, which I am about to enter.
Sorry.
Well, welcome. Sorry.
Siri has an opinion.
All right, sorry about that. Hope the rest of your time on the board is... well, so I wanted, before we begin our study session, I wanted to just quickly, for the benefit of people in the audience and also who may be watching us on television, to explain just quickly kind of where we are, because we've been getting a lot of emails from people who are reflecting a bit of confusion about exactly what the process is on the South Boulder Creek flood mitigation issue. So next month, on September 11th, that is the meeting at which this board will make its recommendation or feedback to council. We'll actually have some motions and a vote, and we'll certainly have extensive opportunities for public comment at that time. What we're having tonight is just a study session, which we will sort of help educate ourselves and help identify for staff what questions we are going to need answered in advance of the September 11th meeting. So there's no public participation during this study session. If you wish to speak to South Boulder Creek issues, there's an opportunity to do so under public comment for items not identified for public hearing, which will be shortly after the conclusion of the study session, and of course, ample opportunity as well on September 11th. And, there will likely be further votes of this board after September 11th, after council receives our feedback and recommendation. There, may be a more specific proposal at which we actually vote, thumbs up or thumbs down on our reaction to that. But that'll be, my guess is, some number of months in the future beyond September 11th. So with that, we're going to adjourn this part of the meeting and open up the study session. Do one of you want to kick this off, or?
Sure, I'm going to probably turn things over to John Potter, our Resource and Stewardship Area Manager, will maybe do some introductions and kind of lead us through the study session process, and we'll also have a staff presentation to kick off the study session. So with that, I'll turn it over to John.
Thanks, Dan. Good evening, everybody. The city's been working on addressing flood issues in South Boulder Creek floodplain since 2003, and new information continues to become available. The purpose of this study session is to update the board on the current project proposal so that it can begin to develop feedback for City Council regarding the implications of recent developments particularly about CDOT's desire not to accommodate above-ground flood storage structures in the US 36 right-of-way. We have an hour and a half for this study session to begin to explore the issues to some extent, but as Tom mentioned, our focus will be on preparing for September. We have several city staff, cast of characters here tonight with us, and I'd like to introduce them. Garrett Slater from Transportation on the far right, Douglas Sullivan from Utilities, Heather Swanson from OSMP, Phil Kleesler from Planning, Mary Ann Gioletto from OSMP, Brandon Coleman from Utilities, and Lynn Riedel from OSMP. So we have a lot of expertise in this room, and we hope we'll be able to address as many questions as we can get to. So if we can get the slideshow up there, now would be a good time. There we go. Okay, so the meeting agenda tonight, we were just going to do a quick overview of the natural values of the open space lands in the area, the project area for this project. We're going to give kind of a context project background a little bit, particularly for Hal to kind of frame this, but also to remind everyone else kind of where we've come from. And then we will, so Lynn will talk about the natural values. I'll talk about the project background a little bit. Brandon will then address the current project proposal, and we'll kind of break for questions after each one of those sections, was sort of the thought. Happy to do it however you want, but that was one way to do this. And then at the end, Dan and I will talk about next steps leading up to September. So the question that we're asking you tonight is really, what can we do to help you in your thinking about giving feedback to the council at your next meeting? And we've had, we'll pull together some information tonight. We'll answer as many questions as we can kind of on the fly, but we also may just need to put together certain things that you're looking for, compile those for September. There may also be some things that we won't be able to create new information necessarily, some which you may really want to see, but it may just be beyond our scope for September. So the first thing is I'm going to turn this over to Lynn, and she's going to describe a little bit about the natural values of the area, of this project area.
Hi. So my role is plant ecologist in the prairie grasslands in OSMP. Just to make that, give you that information, and I'm really glad to be able to interact with you tonight, and welcome, Hal. Thank you. So the current areas of focus for proposed flood mitigation in the South Boulder Creek corridor on OSMP land are central in a preserved riparian and floodplain ecosystem. The high biological and ecological significance of this OSMP area, and specifically the floodplain meadows south of US 36 and the riparian corridor, include the following elements broadly. Occurrences of rare and imperiled plant species, communities, and wildlife, as well as habitat components such as hydrology. The intact floodplain substrate, never gravel mined or tilled, that includes soil structure and microorganisms associated with intact soils and supports the above ground biological diversity. The size of habitat blocks and connectivity of the aquatic, riparian, and wetland habitat. In addition, this is a working landscape that serves as valuable land for current traditional agricultural operations. And not only do the land, water, and agricultural practices contribute to carrying out open space charter purposes related to agriculture, but these practices play a key role in maintaining processes that support biological diversity and functioning habitat. So looking into a little more detail in the floodplain, and actually, some of these organisms are in the floodplain, they're in the riparian habitat that is connected and continuous in some ways, and so some of these are not strictly floodplain meadow or organisms. The Ute Lady's Trusses orchid, or Spiranthes diluvialis, and that's the plant with the butterfly on the right, and also in the upper left corner. This is a federally listed species. It has threatened status. And the South Boulder Creek population is one of the largest populations throughout the species range in the western U.S. And the occurrences north and south of US 36, particularly south, are identified in the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan as important concentrations of this species within the overall South Boulder Creek population. And I say the south because in recent years we've had a lot more of the orchid in this meadow, large meadow south of US 36. There are rare plant communities, including wetland meadow communities such as woolly sedge community and mesic tallgrass prairie. We have some large patches of the tallgrass prairie in the area that we're focusing on now, in the meadows, and that is one of the rarest grassland plant communities in North America and globally. Also, the Preble's Meadow jumping mouse it's another federally protected and threatened species, threatened status. Critical habitat that came out of recovery plan results for this threatened species. Critical habitat exists as a buffer along South Boulder Creek, extending approximately 400 feet from the creek on both sides. The Preble's meadow jumping mouse hibernates near the creek and along ditches as well. And when it's not in hibernation, it's a nocturnal mouse and has day nests in shrubs, both in the riparian corridor and where shrubs extend out into the meadows, and forages in adjacent wet meadows at night. So here's this relationship between the riparian corridor and the adjacent wet meadows. It's sort of all knit together, and they're organisms that use both, like this Preble's meadow jumping mouse. The northern leopard frog is a Tier 1 species of conservation concern. It's a Colorado Tier 1 species of conservation concern, and those species have been ranked in the State Wildlife Action Plan, the most recent one done by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It has breeding habitat along South Boulder Creek and uses the entire corridor for movement. Adjacent meadows are important habitat for part of the life cycle. It's an amphibian. Yeah. So next, you already have it. So again, it's sort of the meadows and the riparian and are blended in many ways. But we also wanted to mention the aquatic habitat and how important it was. And South Boulder Creek is one of the least impacted creeks along the Front Range. It's ecologically important. There are ecologically important examples of the Plains Cottonwood riparian system and of transitional foothills to plains riparian communities that occur there. The riparian and floodplain wetlands are among the best preserved and most ecologically significant in Boulder Valley. South Boulder Creek supports a diverse aquatic invertebrate community, and we're learning more about that recently, and it includes many sensitive organisms. Its aquatic community is of such quality that the creek is considered by local and state experts to be a reference reach for the Front Range, exemplifying the type of biotic community an unimpacted Front Range stream could support. And in addition, there are important populations of plains top minnow and orange-spotted sunfish, two fish that are in decline in Colorado, and they occur in South Boulder Creek on OSMP. So this, the biologically and ecologically important riparian, aquatic, and floodplain habitats under current focus lie within South Boulder Creek State Natural Area. The Colorado Natural Areas Program is a program by which outstanding examples of Colorado's natural features and ecosystems are designated within a statewide system of natural areas. So South Boulder Creek's biological diversity has been recognized at the state level by the State Natural Area designation and ranked as having very high biodiversity significance by the Colorado Natural Heritage Program. And the significance of South Boulder Creek is also recognized in the Boulder Valley and County comp plans. And that is what I have. We did have a question from the board ahead of time that, John, did you want to paraphrase that, or?
Yeah, we had a question from one of you, I can't remember who it was, but it was along the lines of, if a project were to occur on open space land in this area, would that comply with our obligations under the state natural area designation? And Lynn, I know you know quite a bit about that.
Yeah, so this is and Dave Kuntz knows quite a bit too as well, as the former director of the State Natural Areas Program. But it is a voluntary program, so and each entity, the landowner and the state, they enter in this voluntary, however formal, a very formal agreement. It is, either entity can remove themselves from the designation, and it will become undesignated. Either entity can do that with a certain amount of notice. The designation, however, does not carry any regulation, any regulatory power. It is more a recognition of the ecological, biological importance of the area in the state context. So really state, regional context is the way I look at it. And that's really important for Boulder, you know, to have, we have 4 state natural areas. We have White Rocks, we have Boulder Mountain Park, Colorado Tallgrass Prairie, and South Boulder Creek state natural areas. And that's a hot spot. Boulder is a hot spot for biological diversity, and it's reflected in having 4 state natural areas. So it guides us in our decision-making, but it is not regulatory.
And we thought maybe that this would be a good time if you have any other questions about the natural resources of the site. Certainly can come back to those if, as we talk more about the project, it brings up other thoughts around the resources. But if you have anything now, as I mentioned before, we do have Heather Swanson, our senior wildlife ecologist here, as well as Marianne Gilletto, our riparian and wetlands and riparian program coordinator. And so we have a lot of expertise here if you have any further thoughts or questions about natural values.
John, one question I had, or one observation, if Lynn and or Heather could talk a little about the natural resource values on the CU South property in particular, I think that would be helpful.
And we have not necessarily done much evaluation of the CU South property as staff, but if anyone would like to address that.
May I hop on and add a little bit to that? Just the ecological study that was done on the CU South property on a map showed areas with high ecological value. So another part of that question is, in comparison with the area that you've just described, Lynn, how does the high ecological value that was indicated for the CU South property compare?
I'll start, and then Heather may, and Marianne may kick in more comments. I have looked at the property, you know, as a member of the public and a semi-professional look at the area. And I know there are some very tiny pockets that I was able to see of native vegetation that remain, perhaps accidentally, or it's unclear. And some native vegetation, I guess wetland vegetation along the corridors, the drainages. But that area I have seen also. When I started working here in the 90s, I was working off of aerial photos that clearly showed the active mining, and the whole area was mined, and the surface material was removed in almost the entire area. The edges that are vegetated now and towards the open space boundary, the boundary with open space are mostly smooth brome, you know, non-native vegetation that was seeded there. And there might be some, Heather could speak to this a little bit more, just the size of the areas that are covered in grasses, not making a judgment on what those grasses are, but in that structure could certainly provide habitat for some organisms and the perch trees and so forth. But the value is hard to even compare with the adjacent open space. And currently, the way it's used with lots of happy people and their dogs, it is, it's got a lot of activity on it as well, related. So, but that's maybe not here nor there in what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think a lot of the value would lie in the restoration potential, and it's not easy restoration. We've done some restoration of gravel pits that sit to the south of the CU property on our property, the Fancher wetlands, and that's fairly substantial, major earthwork recontouring to try and get back to kind of some more natural hydrology for native species, rather than favoring non-native, sport fish and bullfrogs and those type of things that like the deeper permanent water of the gravel ponds. So there's certainly potential there for restoration, but again, it is potential future restoration with a fairly heavy hand.
And Phil, I don't know if you were involved with a consulting contract that looked at the CU South property during the Boulder Valley Common Plan, or whether you had anything to add about how that was done, or?
No, Phil Kleisler with the city's planning department. We do have that report online that we can share a link with you on, as well as a packet of all the maps that have been considered throughout this process. We did commission a report as part of the comprehensive plan update through the firm Biohabitats that did look at connectivity off the site. It looked at some higher quality areas for views, and it also preliminary view corridor analysis, and it also looked at that suitability analysis. And there's about 11 or 12 factors that went into play with the suitability piece.
But Karen, I would agree that it was easy for the public to be confused about that, because I don't think it was made completely clear that the rating of qualities was relative to just the CU South area that they examined, not on a more absolute scale that would bring in nearby habitats that are of really outstanding quality.
So the report that you referred to, Phil, is the one that was done in conjunction with the CU South flood mitigation work, or separate from that?
Separate and after. It was done as part of the comprehensive plan. So when we looked at changes to the land uses, we wanted to know what some of those factors were from the ecological.
Does it compare the CU South site with the adjacent OSMP land, or is it strictly limited to the CU South?
I think it's just CU South, though it talks about connectivity.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on to the project itself?
Has CU conducted any studies of its own property of that nature?
We know that. None that I'm aware of, but they may have. We can investigate that and bring some information about that back in September. Okay? Yep. All right. And moving on, so Lynn gave you a sense of what the resource is for open space. Well, as you know, we've been in conversations about the really important need for flood protection in the South Boulder Creek 100-year floodplain for a number of years, since since like 2003 was the start of the master plan, I think. The purpose of the project is flood protection, and for those already developed areas north of US 36 that are in the floodplain. There are more than 660 structures, 1,600 dwelling units, and 3,500 people living in this area, and some live at a high hazard risk for a flood, and there are serious life safety consequences. The community started seeing design concepts for regional detention at US 36. That was the approach that was selected in the summer of 2014. Early alternatives discussed during that master plan process proposed using up to approximately 12 acres of city open space in the protected state natural area for a berm and related infrastructure, and that kind of ran right through the middle of that field that we've been talking about. That led to interest by the board and council for exploring other options that had less environmental impact and less need for disposal of open space. And so staff through the end of 2014 and into 2015 worked on various options and came back with 6 to the board and the council in the summer of 2015. These all were continued to be ways to detain floodwater at US 36, but they all had less impact to city open space. Option D was selected, as some of you were on the board at the time and will recall, because it was a single berm using the CDOT right-of-way, that's where the berm would be, and required no disposal of city open space. So that's where we were in summer of 2015. This is what that plan looked like. North is at the top, Highway 36 running diagonally, and the thought was to build the berm on the CDOT right-of-way. That decision at the conceptual level kind of closed out the master plan phase of the project and shifted attention to the CU property as a key component for project success. After a community discussion around land use designation and guiding principles for reaching an agreement with CU that occurred as part of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan updated in 2017, the project moved into phase 1 of design. And in 2018, project staff brought a series of further configuration alternatives to you and to the council, known as Variant 1 and Variant 2, each with a 100-year and a 500-year design storm. Probably recall those conversations. These became the focus of discussion, moving beyond the original master plan concepts that were also looked at for 100 and 500-year design storms. At that time, OSBT made recommendations on all 4 of the variant alternatives, but expressed a preference for Variant 1. I was asked to remind folks what those recommendations were, and this slide pretty much shows that for the Variant 1 100-year concept. These recommendations were made to mitigate for groundwater disruption risk and greater inundation of OSMP property, and it was assumed that the direct impacts of the project would occur on the CDOT right-of-way. I'll sort of orient this map. I've now switched directions so that north is now to the right of the screen, and this has been a challenge all along in this project because showing this area. So I'll try to point that out. Highway 36 is running at a diagonal now up to the right. The CU property is shown with the various colors there, which reflect the land use designations that were arrived at during the Boulder Valley Comp Plan update. What this shows, oops, sorry about that. It's very busy, but what it shows is several things that the board recommended at the time, including, I don't really have a pointer, but if you can see that white line that runs through the middle of the image, that represents the levee on the CU property. And one thing that you recommended at the time was removal of that levee. Another was conveyance of 84 acres of that site as part of the project to be permanently protected as open space in the system. And that is 44 acres on the east side of the levee and approximately 40 acres on the west side of the levee.
So, John, could I just interrupt for a second? So the 84 acres was never intended as mitigation for anything. It was a conveyance as part of the agreement?
One of the recommendations was conveyance, but it was also to use it for mitigation, however that could be used for the project. And that kind of reflects the box there about restoration. So it was contemplated that some restoration might be a component of the project, and it could occur on this property. The actual, there are kind of blobs on there. The actual layout of those acres was not determined at the time, but it was thought to be something that could come through further preliminary design.
And intended to be adjacent to the state natural area, right?
Correct. That was as I recall, your thoughts were the value was in opening up the floodplain and adding additional buffer to the high-quality lands that Lynn described earlier.
John, could I add just a couple?
Yes.
Things to it? One thing that wasn't a geographic mitigation was the groundwater transport portion of the dam. That was one of our recommendations, that there had to be a design-focused and objective set to create a system that could both monitor and ensure the transport of water through the structure. The other thing I would note is you've got realigned Dry Creek Ditch, and that's pretty important to the restoration of the OSO property. That would move the ditch uphill, to all the property being restored and provide a water supply, which I think is probably pretty critical here.
Yeah, I missed that, and thank you, Kurt, for pointing that out. And that's something, again, that I know you wanted to have on the table, but through preliminary design and, of course, conversations with the ditch company, we'd want to make sure that was acceptable to them. But even also, Don had thought, and I'm not sure how much Mary Ann has looked into this, but the movement of the ditch was certainly an option we wanted to keep open, but through understanding how the project proceeded, it might move a little or not at all. But
right.
Just to orient myself in time, when the acreages were discussed, was that before or after the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan revision?
After the Boulder Valley Comprehensive.
This was June of last year.
Okay. Then, so June of last year, through the winter, there were continued adjustments, which Brandon will talk about in a minute, to get us to where the current project proposal was. Earlier this year, the big piece of new information that we received revolved around the CDOT, our understanding of CDOT's interest and concerns. And there was a meeting earlier this year where CDOT agreed in concept to allow the flood wall along the existing US 36 right-of-way on OSMP property, but just on the boundary line with the right-of-way. They did allow that a portion of the flood wall foundation could be buried within the current CDOT right-of-way, or they'd be open to discussing that. And probably some of the construction and maintenance, although most likely not all of it. And so that's kind of what we learned and has triggered this study session and and the request of the council for your feedback. There was also a conversation about the variant 2 option, which Wood had proposed to put a modification to the US 36 bridge, and our understanding was that CDOT was not supportive of that idea, and Garrett Slater may be able to address that further.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that CDOT didn't particularly care to weigh in on variant 1 versus variant 2, but one of the elements of the variant 2 concept was the introduction of some sort of flood appurtenance that would attach to the bridge. And so CDOT has stated very clearly they're not interested in any sort of appurtenance being located directly on or adjacent to the bridge over South Boulder Creek, and they would want any such facility to be located outside of their right-of-way.
Thanks. So kind of take a brief pause here, and if there's anything about the history, the big project background, Brandon will address some of that a little bit more from the perspective of the current project proposal, but if there are any questions you have here, we can break, or we can move right into the current proposal.
Just one quick one. When you talk about the piece that they're desiring not to see on the bridge, is that what I see referred to as the flow constrictor in other places?
Correct.
Okay. So Brandon. Okay.
Hello, I'm Brandon Coleman. I'm with the Utilities Department. I'm an engineering project manager. I just started with the city fairly recently. I've been working on CU South, so I got a good understanding of the current project proposal. I just want to kind of remind everybody before I get going here. So like John mentioned, the key important information that we really are bringing to you guys to discuss today is really that CDOT guidance about any above ground structures and the flood wall specifically not being in their right of way. And that's going to push that flood wall and that potential structure into the OSMP land. So that's what we really want to understand, what information would be helpful for you guys to see that we could provide to be able to give some recommendations based on that new information from CDOT. So the direction from City Council has been to go with the Variant 1 500-year design, and I'll get into more detail what that entails, and I can go through how that actually mitigates the flood impacts that down in South Boulder Creek. So, just to remind everybody, one of the key goals of this project is really flood mitigation in South Boulder Creek, and I think it's really important. The flood mapping for South Boulder Creek shows this overflow area, which is circled in green. This is referred to as the West Valley overflow. So there's a few neighborhoods that are in that flow path. So this is showing the 100-year inundation limits. And those neighborhoods are the downstream impacts that we're really talking about mitigating with this project. So as John mentioned, and one of the questions that came through prior to this meeting was how many people would be impacted by the flood structure. And so currently there's about 33,500 people that live within the 100-year floodplain and 600 structures and over 1,600 dwelling units.
That was my question. To just dig into that more, to get more specific, are you suggesting that all structures mapped there would be removed from the 100-year?
Yes, under the current proposal, that's what would happen.
And that would be the same for all the options that have been presented over time?
Yes, that's really for the 100-year protection, was the goal of the project. Currently, with the 500-year protection, we will be protecting up to the 500-year flood event. So there's a few more that would be included in this. So for the 500-year event, that number actually goes up to 1,900 dwelling units and 4,100 people in those flood extents. So that's currently what we're looking at with the 500-year option. Okay. I'd like to review the flood history. It's really important to know that this is not just a model. This is things that the city has seen happen over the years, and this is, there have been numerous flooding events that have seen flow go into the West Valley area. So the main flood events that have occurred in 1938. There were a couple in the 50s, so 51, 52, and 57. A major flooding event in 69, and then again in 2013 with the floods as well. We saw flooding in the West Valley area. And actually that picture with the red car is from 2013, and that's in the West Valley area. There were depths upwards of 4 feet depth, which is pretty severe. And as far as the city's concerned, that would be considered a high hazard zone during a flooding event, which is actually a risk to life safety. So the high hazard zones defined as could potentially knock somebody off their feet and sweep them into the floodwaters. So a lot of times the modeling, when you're doing hydraulic modeling, it's always good to have a calibration event, and luckily we had one of those in 2013 for the modeling purposes. Not that it was a good event, but it at least gave us some information about the reliability and accuracy of the current flood model we have on file right now. So this is just a map really to depict our 100-year floodplain and then the flooding that we saw during the 2013 event. And you can see, particularly in the West Valley area, that they lined up pretty well. So that's a good indicator that the modeling for the floodplain regulations is actually showing what's happening out there in the real world. So it's important, John mentioned this 2015 master plan. The master plan itself was not just for the West Valley area, but it was for the whole South Boulder Creek drainage way within the city of Boulder. So what we're talking about today is the phase 1 of that master plan. And as you can see in the red box on this slide, what was proposed as option D from that 2015 master plan was regional detention upstream of US 36. So that was the first phase of the South Boulder Creek flood mitigation strategy to address flooding and allow, essentially the city's goals are to allow conveyance for up to a 100-year event if it's feasible. So phase 2 moves further downstream. So there's another detention basin downstream that was proposed, and also conveyance improvements to allow for more flow conveyance downstream. And then the third phase is down by Flatirons Golf Course, another detention facility with conveyance improvements. So in context, it's important to remember this is a piece of a larger plan when it comes to flood mitigation for the city. So this is really, these all have to work in conjunction from the master plan right now. So going to the current proposal, this is the variant 1 500-year concept we've been discussing. This is the regional detention at US 36. So in the dark red is an embankment, and as that comes along 36, and I should point out, just as John did, north is to the right, and just so you guys can kind of follow, that's because the water flows from left to right in a flooding event. So typically, if you see water flowing up the page, it becomes confusing if you're thinking about it in flow terms. So the darker red line on the top of the page, that's an embankment, which is on CU South property. And as we come off of CU South property, we convert into a flood wall. And that was really to minimize as much impacts and make that footprint as small as we could. And that runs along US 36, close to where South Boulder Creek runs under it, but not across South Boulder Creek as what was discussed in variant 2.
While you're on that, there was an earlier map which had the variant 1 100-year concept. And my recollection is that, and maybe you could just tell us, that the flood wall does not extend nearly as far east in the 100 as it does in the 500. At least I thought that was the way it was mapped.
They extend similar lengths. It's really the elevation of the flood wall changes in those two scenarios, and also there's a spillway section of that flood wall which would be lower than the actual design height of the flood wall, and that gets a little bit longer. So you'd have a longer section of shorter wall for your spillway, but the length of the wall stays the same.
So, and does it make any difference when you're comparing the 100 to the 500, whether the wall is built in the right-of-way versus on our land, or is basically the dimensions of the walls essentially the same?
I guess the dimensions of the wall, we don't exactly know right now because we're still in the conceptual design phase. So I don't want to comment on the dimensions of the wall, but it doesn't make a difference right now if we move it 50 feet from the right-of-way onto OSMP as far as operation of the facility. So it'll still function the same.
Okay.
Say that in. It's important, I think there's some key design elements here that you guys should just be aware. You may be aware of them already. There is an outlet tunnel that comes under 36, the flood wall, the embankment, and then there is an area of excavation on the CU South property to allow us to get our detention volume. So those are key kind of design components that are called out on this figure that just wanted to point out to everybody. So the real question, and I just want to highlight this for everybody, is the impacts to OSMP that are being proposed based on our discussions with CDOT. We've estimated those impacts at about 5 acres, and you can see the 5 acres is actually a strip of land that Lynn was talking about earlier in that same area along US 36. So it's a long linear feature. That's what we would be using for the flood wall. And that's really where the impacts to existing OSMP in the South Boulder Creek State Natural Area, everything that was discussed earlier, that's where those impacts would be located.
And your estimate is that it is how wide?
This is estimating 90 feet from the OSMP boundary into the OSMP open.
And was that 90 feet arrived at by people who were doing everything they could to minimize it? Or is this just sort of from an engineering perspective, here's how it would look at it, but there may be opportunities to narrow it if the ecological considerations are a driver?
I think a goal of the project has always been to avoid and minimize impacts on existing OSMP land. Knowing what we know now, so we're in the preliminary design phase, this is our best estimate of what this corridor would look like. As we proceed through the preliminary design phase, we'd hope to refine that design and see if there's opportunities to minimize or avoid impacts.
But when you say it's our best estimate of what it would look like, done with an eye towards keeping the footprint as small as possible.
Yes.
I mean, there may well be opportunities for further narrowing, but this is your best effort at it so far.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So does that linear feature contain both construction and maintenance access?
Yes, it does.
And where do you anticipate, or where do you project that access actually being or going?
As of right now, we haven't projected where the construction access would come from. I guess that's what you're referring to. It more than likely would come from the CU South property because that's the easiest place to access a major road.
And if the berm were built, would that be on the south side of the berm then, in perpetuity?
We can't say for sure right now because we don't know, particularly the groundwater issue is a very important one to us that we're going to have to design for. So whatever that system looks like, we would look to try and keep that as close to the wall or on the other side of the wall if we could, but we can't say for sure how we're going to need to access that or where the maintenance points would be. So those are all things that as we progress with the preliminary design, we'd hope to get those details, and I think we'd want to come back to you guys and show ways that we've looked at really how we would minimize or avoid impacts from this 5 acres.
I think we would like that too.
I'll just point out that as part of your June 2018 recommendations, there was a section of your recommendations which called for close collaboration between the two departments and then reporting back at critical times of the project. So that is part of your formal recommendations back last summer.
And maybe I'll just quickly point out on this map that's shown here, just to tie it back to what Lynn was telling us, you can see certain components where the project would affect what Lynn described. Starting at the lower right-hand side, you can see the hatched marks, which that is the critical Prebbles habitat that Heather mentioned, and it goes out how far from the creek?
It's a little over 400 feet. It's 140 meters.
Okay. And that's depicted here, and you can see that part of the project area would impact that critical habitat area. The green areas are wetlands on the property, and Megan Bowes, our restoration ecologist, pulled together a map, which is over on the end of that table if you want to see some more detail about the wetlands and vegetation communities on the site. And then the third component here is the beige areas. Those are also Prebbles habitat, or we consider that a conservation area for Prebbles as well. Is that right?
Yeah, I think what is considered to be Prebbles occupied habitat extends well out into the wet meadows. The federally designated critical habitat is based on a specific buffer distance of the creek, so the habitat extends beyond the critical habitat, but from a regulatory standpoint, the critical habitat is kind of its own specific thing.
And there are Sporanthes occurrences within that feature as well, right?
And those would generally be in those green areas.
That's right. There are orchid locations all along through that corridor. Most of it, also these are rare plant communities for the most part, and slash wetlands, which sometimes it's a rare plant community that's a wetland as well.
Is it fair to say that what we're observing in the colors moving across the highway, that is like evidence of water flow, vegetative flow, however we want to describe that? Is that my imagination, or is that sort of seen there?
Well, these are Oh, sorry, I should let you answer that probably. These are intact floodplain meadows. If you look at the aerials, you see all of the scouring and deposition of a floodplain, prior to when US 36 was put in originally. And there are culverts. I should let Marion speak to this as well. But there are culverts that, at this point, water flows through, and I don't believe there's knowledge of how what the hydrology transfer might be under the highway. To add to that?
Yeah, I probably don't have anything additional to add. I know all that struggle to let you know I had nothing additional.
I guess I would like to point out, as part of the preliminary design activities, we are developing a baseline groundwater model. So we're hoping to have a better understanding of the groundwater conditions at the site. OSMP had some historic wells at the site, not particularly within this corridor, but close to it. So we're going to be utilizing that data and also the new data we're collecting. And I think that's also another good point to come back and let you guys know how our understanding of the groundwater conditions at the site.
I really appreciate this illustration, so thank you for bringing it and for your description. For me, the fact that we are now talking about this is a different project than we commented on and suggested mitigation for in 2018. So for me, this is not, because of the impacts that have been described, this is not the same as the variant 1 500-year that we have talked about up until 2018.
And Brandon, can you give us an estimate of when that groundwater analysis and model will be available? You'll be ready to present the results?
So I think one of my kind of offers for you guys tonight for that September meeting, when we can bring additional data back, would be a preliminary design schedule that shows some of these key milestones of where we expect to have some of this more detailed design that we'd be able to present to you. And I think that would be really helpful in you guys understanding really the right points that we'll feel we can actually tell you what the designs are. So I'd like to bring that on.
That'd be great. And those results will be applicable to not only to this specific proposed project, but presumably to any potential options that might exist. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question.
So what I'm wondering is, when you develop the model and do the groundwater analyses, is it going to be related specifically just to variant 1, or is that information going to be more widely applicable to other options as well?
Right. So the baseline groundwater model will be more widely applicable to the site, because that's going to set what we're trying to mimic when we actually do the design of the groundwater conveyance system. So that's really, it's more for the whole site. It's not specific necessarily to our groundwater conveyance system, but it's going to inform us of how we should be designing that system to maintain those conditions.
And it's been a very wet year by everybody's acknowledgement this year. So will your model be based on what you've been able to accumulate in terms of data in the last 6 to 9 months, i.e. this very wet year? Or how will you deal with variation from drought years to this year?
I think we're going to use mainly the data we have, because we've collected a lot more groundwater data than's been known at the site for this last year, but there also is these historic wells that I think have data that go with them. So we'll be incorporating those into the model as well. That's the best available data we have for the site, so we're going to try and use everything we can.
So maybe I misheard, but were you saying that the September 11th meeting will have some actual results, or just you'll know what the schedule is for generating results?
I think after seeing the questions come from you guys, I think a schedule would be really helpful, and I can identify why I think those milestones are important and what we would be looking at with those milestones. So I would bring a schedule really to that September meeting and let you guys know when I can provide that data.
Okay, but it just means that at the September meeting, our feedback to council can talk about, importance or expectations or hopes about groundwater modeling, but we're not going to be in a position to comment on whether we think the problem has been solved or not under various proposals.
Oh, I misunderstood that. I thought you said that you would present groundwater flow models on September 11th.
No, a schedule for the preliminary design, which one of the tasks is a baseline groundwater model. And I fully understand the concern there. I just want to make sure we fully vetted the model before you guys start commenting on it, so we don't get into a situation where we've made comments or promises about what we can do without knowing that we've vetted it technically.
John, you put together somehow today a list of all of our questions.
Yes.
Were you going to go through that?
Well, actually, I'm going to go back. So, as you remember, we posed this study session as a way for you guys to help us understand what information we could compile for September. And Dan reached out and got a bunch of questions from you that kind of prepare for this. And we sort of sorted those out into a bunch of different categories. And these were the main ones, sort of broken into questions about the current project proposal, some of which Brandon's already addressed, and other things. And then also there were a bunch of questions around other options, and the areas that we found you had most questions about were in areas around, like, what does project success look like? We talked about some of that, how many houses are protected and that sort of thing. We had a lot of questions about the groundwater and the groundwater system and what that looks like. And then we had a good deal of questions about avoiding impacts, reducing the construction, some of the things Tom was referring to a little bit ago. Then a bunch on mitigation. So what could mitigation look like? What's the world of that look like? And there were a number of questions around that. And then there were some questions around the process moving forward to construction. On the other options, primarily it was questions about the upstream alternatives, other ways to do the regional detention. And so we have maybe half an hour or a little bit more left, and we can choose to pick a topic and focus in on that, or if you want to, Brandon has had a chance to look at those questions and start to get an understanding of what we could answer right here tonight, what we would be able to compile and bring back for September, much as he was referencing to the schedule around the groundwater model. And then there may be things beyond the scope that we can do anything for September, and we can address those as well. We'd be happy to go through each set, or kind of pick a topic, and if you wanted to surface the ones of most relevance, we do want to reserve out about a little bit of time at the end to talk about next steps, but it's up to you.
Well, I certainly would like to hear on the mitigation issue whether there is more that could be done beyond what was in our motion from last year. Because as Karen's right, that motion and that mitigation was calibrated to a different proposal, so this proposal obviously has more impact. And so the question's going to be, well, what else is out there by way of potential mitigation? And I would include within that things that, not just mitigation in a sort of narrow sense, but other things that CU might be able to do to lessen the overall impact. What are those things that we ought to be thinking about in constructing our feedback to council on, what this would need to look like?
So that would be one of the things that I would suggest we could bring back in September, maybe a list of additional elements that you could consider as possible mitigation. of course, a number of the things that we talked about in that slide of what you had recommended before, some of those could be advanced further in terms of land conveyance or restoration. That's one possible area. There were some things in the variant 2 which you saw as more impactful at the time that I did not show on the slide, things relating to like the sewer line that runs along South Boulder Creek, and additional elements around that. Then, of course, we've been thinking about, well, gosh, if there's this impact to critical Preble's habitat, there's going to need to be a significant mitigation within critical Preble's habitat, which of course doesn't exist on the OSO on CU South. So where could that happen? And our options are very limited there, but that's something that we could do some exploration around as well and bring back in September.
Could I suggest we just go through the list quickly? And if there are things that can, I think there are a number of questions that are very similar and probably have the same answer, but just for completeness, I think it would be good just to walk quickly through that list.
And I would also suggest that we take advantage of the other city staff members that are here.
Yeah.
Because some of the specific OSMP stuff that we can answer, we could have offline conversations about it. We'll make a commitment to provide what we can. But tonight, we do have a collection of other city staff that maybe we also want to pay attention to that as far as where to direct some questions.
And we want answers from them.
Thanks. And I'm especially interested in talking a little bit about upstream alternatives while the utilities staff is here. So as long as we can make time, going through the list from top to bottom is fine with me.
Okay. So then, starting with project success, we had questions around estimates around the residential use. So I think that was addressed. And what other so there was a question around what other flood mitigation infrastructure that utilities currently oversees, and is there anything comparable to what's being proposed? And if so, how is the performance of that infrastructure during the 2013 flood? I don't know if you or Douglas wanted to address that, but, or is that something we could bring more information back in September about?
I could take a stab at it. You fill in the blank.
Douglas Sullivan, Principal Engineer for Utilities. Regarding the question in terms of similar projects throughout the city of Boulder, there is nothing that I would call similar. The vast majority of capital projects that the utility has been working on since its development 40 plus years ago has to do with providing conveyance along the drainage way. In many cases to convey what would be considered the 1% chance flood or the 100-year flood. And in many cases, we're unable to do that, so there are improvements that are much less so. Examples of this are along Skunk or Wonderland or Goose Creek and so forth and so on. If you pull back to 30,000 feet, that is a potential option for this that might have been looked at in any one of a number of studies, but it was decided for this one that the upstream detention on the south side of US 36 was what was being proposed.
Just following up on that, at any time that you know of in history, was a similar type of project ever even proposed? A dam such as this in the history of the utilities department, did you ever see a proposal of this nature?
I'm not aware of one.
Okay. And then just, forgive me for getting a little detailed, related to this flow constrictor. Sure. My understanding, and tell me if I'm wildly off base, was originally it was looked at flush to the bridge, and there was some discussion about freeboard and clogging. And then a new discussion has come up where it's about approximately 40 feet off from the bridge. And I'm wondering, has that 40 feet and the construction area required been baked into this 5-acre estimate? And if so, or if not, I'm wondering, what does the space behind a flow constrictor that's now out in the property but between the bridge look like? Is this an entirely concrete, just paint the picture a little bit for me on that.
I'd be happy to do that. The reason that the concept of the flow constrictor came about in the first place was because under what we would call existing conditions, a certain percentage of the flow is maintained in South Boulder Creek and goes under the bridge, and a certain percentage of the flow moves west and then floods across the highway. into the West Valley. So for any projects, when you construct improvements, one of the critical goals is to not make a situation worse, all right? So if you were to provide flood detention, then that water that you are detaining, you wouldn't want to put the spill flow that was going over the highway back into the main channel, because then you would have more water going underneath. Do you understand? Because what flows through the West Valley overflow, and it was shown in one of the drawings, eventually comes back to the main channel quite a bit downstream. So let's just say in generalities, let's say 2/3 went under the bridge and 1/3 went over the highway. The 1/3 and the 2/3 eventually join downstream. But if we were to put all of the flow through the bridge, you would have a greater volume going for a certain distance, which would represent a greater inundation and greater flood risk than the existing condition. So that's how this conversation starts with the flow restrictor. Now, what was proposed, there were actually a number of alternatives for what a flow restriction might look like under the variant 2. And what you saw in the drawing at the time, you have a cross section, which means you have so much width and so much height under the existing structure. And so the diagram showed less height and then coming in on both walls. So you had a smaller opening, if you will, to do that. And it was difficult to tell from the visual whether that structure was attached or not. So that was the very first feedback. And then when people reached out to CDOT, they very clearly said eventually that we do not want a flow restriction or any structure attached to their existing. So that was the first point. The right-of-way varies off the highway by some distance as you come down 36. And in the vicinity of South Boulder Creek and the bridge, it comes out a bit. So let's say in some cases it's 20 feet away, it comes out to 40 or 50 feet in that vicinity. And so CDOT in that meeting articulated that they would not be interested in having a structure in their right-of-way as well. So that was the second point. So to your third point then, what are the options? We could provide schematics at some point going forward if there was interest in variant 2 of what a flow restrictor might look like. So again, it would have to be further south, and open space staff has articulated that that is a critical riparian corridor, and there are difficulties there. It would not have to be a wall of sorts. It could be any one of a number of throttling mechanisms. The last piece that came up, there was some discussion in terms of a quote-unquote paving of the riparian area. It's an overstatement of what would be necessary. If you were to put more flow in a small, or the same flow in a smaller area, the velocity goes up. When the velocity goes up, there is a risk of greater scour. So CDOT or any organization would be interested in ensuring that their existing structure was safe. So there would be a certain amount of analysis that would be necessary to make sure there was not scouring around the very piles and the support mechanisms for the bridge. And that would be done as part as well.
So what I'm hearing from you is it would be more than 50 feet from the highway. And specifically on the question of does the 5 acres include the square footage that would take up?
So back to the 5 acres, the 5 acres does not. The 5 acres is a calculation of 90 feet times 2,400 feet. And 2,400 feet is the length on the open space, the city open space property before you get to CU, which happens to be almost exactly 5 acres. So that flood wall would be necessary under the variant 2 option as well. What's different is the configuration of the berm, of course, further west. So there would be additional inundation to the area that you're speaking of.
Do you, it's a fairly bottom line question, but do you have a recommendation for us on whether we should be providing feedback on variant 2? If I had asked that question on Monday, I think I would have said no. Council has told us they're interested in variant 1, so let's not spend time constructing further feedback on variant 2. We've already spoken to certain aspects of it. Watching the meeting last night, I came away not so sure whether maybe, at least in some sense, it was back on the table, and we ought to, and if so, then we ought to be providing feedback on it. I don't know if you have, but I welcome your views because we could spend a lot of time constructing feedback on variant 2 only to discover really that was a waste of time. People, council wasn't interested in that after all. But
sure,
I'd love your impact.
Yeah, I'm
input,
happy to
sorry, on
comment
that.
and to attempt to clarify it, and maybe I'll do this in sort of a chronological, mechanism without going back too far. When council gave direction on the variant 1 500, it was not long after that CU provided a letter that reinforced their statement that that was not an acceptable option for them. So then back in March, when we made a presentation, utility staff to council, the question was, how would you like us to proceed? And it was twofold. It was to proceed with what was called the preliminary design, which is our latest effort for the variant 1 500, and at the same time, go back and do a little conceptual analysis in terms of, are there data points in between the variant 1 100 and the variant 1 500 storm event? Do you understand?
Yes.
Are there points in there we could do? And so we were given direction as that, and we have scoped that. In the meeting last night, the discussion came up for an update from CDOT in terms of whether staff had advanced the understanding from the previous meeting, which included the mayor and the executive director from CDOT. And at that meeting, there was a verbal agreement of how we could proceed. So what would follow that might be a letter of intent or a memorandum of understanding, eventually moving towards some legal agreement. Certain council members, as I understand it, have certainly expressed a desire that variant 2 be taken off the options. But I heard the same thing you did last night, that they would request that we check in with CDOT to get a better understanding of their perspective on variant 2 specifically. And Garrett provided earlier the clarification that CDOT did not weigh in on one of the variants versus another, but rather to clarify what they said in the meeting and what is their current position.
Right. So with CDOT's current position, variant 2 would mean that the flow constriction and any associated structures would have to be outside of the right-of-way.
Under their current
Right. As things now stand. And so,
yes.
So I think that still leaves us uncertain whether we should be commenting on such a proposal next month. I'm not sure there's going to be further advance. Maybe there's going to be further insight on whether that's in play.
And I guess the question for staff is think about if there's any additional information you want going back to variant 2 that you would like us to pull forward for your meeting.
And just to keep us up to date on the discussions, I was scratching my head last night too, because CDOT's approval or lack thereof about attaching the flow restrictor to the bridge wasn't the only objection to variant 2 and the flow restrictor. There were lots of objections to it. So I hope we don't all get focused on this question about what will CDOT allow, because there were other reasons that we all discussed and council discussed too. So anyway, that's just a wish.
I think just in summary, to clarify, my read for what council has said thus far is they would like us to proceed with the preliminary design, and they have been concerned that we not only make progress on that, but that we identify the time, and we've done that, for which additional work would be a waste. And we have said that we could proceed through the rest of the year with the geotechnical analysis, because whatever we would do would work for any of the options that have been identified to date. At that same time, they would like further information, quote unquote, between the goalposts of the variant 1 100 and the variant 1 500. And we have scoped that and identified that that level of effort is on the order of 4 to 6 months, and that we will target the end of the year to have information on that.
And we have a stake in that discussion, obviously. As the level of protection goes up, the amount of buildable area for CU goes down. And so it motivates them to then say, well, that OSO that you guys wanted for mitigation, we need to keep that for athletic fields. So we're interested in how this conversation goes and how you iterate between the two extremes.
Very well.
Yeah, and that's certainly something that you could address in September as part of a motion or whatnot. And we can talk to how that framework looks like in a minute, but if you wanted to keep moving through some of these topics, we could maybe proceed. I'm just looking at the groundwater ones really quickly, and I think that we addressed most of your questions. Brandon did earlier, and the information we'll be able to provide is some additional clarification around schedule there. Maybe the only one is who is preparing the groundwater model, and I assume that's RJH, but maybe it's a consultant or something, I don't know.
It is I don't know right offhand.
Okay.
Sorry, RJH is in charge of doing the groundwater model, so I'll get that additional information.
Is or is not?
It is, and I'm pretty sure they have a sub-consultant, but I'll follow up and get you guys that information.
Then, and I lost the screen. I don't know if you can.
And Leah, I take it we don't have all these questions loaded up. I think it would be helpful to be able to pull them up.
Oh. Now you're really testing me here. Actually, maybe, yeah, can you find that? Thank you. So going back to the list, though, so groundwater, the next was avoiding impacts, and when Leah pulls those up, we'll switch over, but that was really around like ways to reduce the construction footprint. Could more of the construction be done from the CDOT right-of-way? Is construction using the area where the wall will be like kind of work your way, I guess, out or something there? Let's see, so each of the, oh yeah, and then there was a bunch of questions around the flood wall and Kurt, the things that you were bringing up around how you construct the flood wall. So all those, are there any of those, Brandon, that you were able to consider whether we would be able to answer them now or bring more information?
Yeah. So I guess my thought with the schedule that we'd be coming up with would really, the construction minimization really should happen later in the design process, just because you really need a detailed design to determine how you're going to construct it. And I think that would be one of the milestones that we would come back for. The other one would be the flood wall cross-section.
Why don't we go to the questions so that we are all looking at the same thing in the audience?
So Leah, we're on B, avoiding impacts, which would be on page 2.
We're looking at 10, 11, 12, 13, those. There you go.
And you can just quickly read it and comment on it. And as I say, some of them are pretty similar, and that's fine.
Yeah, so I think I'd try to identify in that preliminary schedule the best place to get feedback on the construction methodology, which, in my opinion, would be later on in the design when we actually have a firm understanding of what we're trying to construct, and then we can look at the construction methodology from there. So that would be part of that September kind of what milestone would we really be looking at, what impacts we're minimizing.
I can speak to a couple of these in general terms if you're interested. Okay, so number 10, are there ways to reduce the construction footprint? In general, in construction, yes, the answer is there are ways. And yes, there is usually a cost trade-off. Right. The simplest answer is if you're doing a pipeline in a particular road and you have an ability to dig a trench and you have ability to put the soil next to that trench and you have ability for equipment outside that soil to move it and you have an ability outside of that to drive trucks, you have your most efficient setup. You have an excavator, you have piles, you have someone else taking it, you put it in trucks. In a perfect world, you might even have 2 lanes for the truck. All of a sudden, you might be looking at 100 feet. Right. Okay? So every time you look to minimize that on a project, it costs money because it means 1 truck's coming in at a time or the same excavator is moving to minimize the footprint. So the answer is yes, and we would look at those. We do that for all construction projects and utilities. So the second one, could more of the construction be done using equipment in the CDOT right-of-way? That remains to be seen. At the March meeting in City Council, we identified a long schedule that showed an approximate 15-month window, and that included 3 things. The preliminary design, it included ongoing negotiations with CDOT, and it include the CU South annexation, basically saying they would all finish at about the same time. So when we advance the discussions with CDOT and we end up with a legal agreement about what is permissible, we will know a lot more whether we literally could be coming off the highway or what I would call a temporary construction easement, you know, in their right-of-way, or whether, for example, we had more of a linear alignment that we were coming in from both sides. Number 12, could more of the construction be done using the area where the wall will be, sort of like how a tractor pulls a plow? And I answered that in the first question. Yeah, those are standard construction techniques and trade-offs. And there are other projects going on right now. In fact, we are working with open space staff to minimize that on another project. You've probably heard about one in the vicinity of Baseline Road.
Scroll down a little bit. So I think this question was around ways to do the foundation possibly differently to minimize the 20 to 30 feet of.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether the Board of Trustees has seen a sketch that was provided to City Council at one of the previous meetings. There was a lot of confusion about what this wall looked
Your
like.
sketch, yes.
It was. Yes. I didn't sign it, but it was very important that it was understood that this was a conceptual sketch. And the purpose was it for illustration purposes. So whether it's a flood wall or a tower, the higher you go, in general, the wider the base needs to be, right, from a tipping standpoint, whether there's a wind load on it or whether there's a water load or a soil load. And so what we attempted to identify was the wall would have a certain width. The reason it's quite narrow and there is a proposed concrete wall in the first place is because if you look at the berm that's proposed in the other area, in a berm you would often have what one might call a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 slope. If you're 30 feet up, that means you might be 90 feet out on each side. All of a sudden you're looking at a 200-foot. Given the value of the riparian area there, the option was to minimize it. So you end up with a vertical wall. The vertical wall has to stand on something. I drew what was more of a T depiction instead of an I depiction. It would often have caissons going down. You could do that in a single line. I showed it with a double line. There is also a foundation there that would vary in thickness and potentially support angles. All of those are design considerations.
Yeah.
So like I said before, any engineer worth their salt would look at a number of different ways to do this. And we work with sort of a criteria mechanism, and if minimization of impact is one of the highest, then some of the other trade-offs are given up, whether it's cost, time, you got it all.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, I consider that standard practice, and I would argue that the utility staff does that on all of our projects.
And I think you see how this could make a very big difference to the amount of impact. I mean, I don't have to say this to you guys because you're involved in this sort of stuff all the time, but if there's a way to avoid consultation on impacts to Preble's critical habitat, that could greatly accelerate the time it takes to implement the project.
I understand.
So it's worth taking a really serious look at how much we can keep off of open space land, not just to avoid the impacts on the resources, but for the project success too and timeline. So,
you know, Dan and John have both articulated very well that you guys are hearing and presenting something that is very different than what was before.
Yeah.
There was an understanding that there were no impacts along this corridor, and now you are looking at something different. I understand that.
yeah, good.
What number are we on?
14.
Does the 100-year flood design reduce?
So have we done A, B, C, D, E, or not?
Oh, yeah, those were all elements of that question that they were.
Well, and let me ask just about B, because you used the word caisson on your very colorful drawing, which I thought was very helpful, actually. You know, sometimes a simple drawing accelerates the discussion far beyond what we think it might. So caissons can refer to multiple things. Are you thinking it might be feasible to use basically a pier foundation in
That's what that depicts.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't put a diameter on it. Typical caissons, I would say, are 24, 30, and 36 inches.
Right.
And I showed the overall width of that, I think at about 40 feet, 20 feet on each side.
Yep.
And I showed 2 rows of caissons.
Yeah. I just wanted to be sure. Sometimes caissons refers to a wall that's down to a bedrock. So just wanted to be clear. Great.
Yeah, so the clarification on that, caissons would go down to bedrock,
Right.
and in this particular case, they would go down into bedrock.
Right.
From a structural standpoint, there would be an evaluation of the rock itself below bedrock in terms of its fracturing capability, since it would see stress.
And that would determine the spacing of the... yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
There are times where you have a caisson wall, which is what you might have been
Right.
referring to,
Right.
where you alternate them until they are finished, and then you come back in and fill in. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments on the rest of those? I think you've touched on most of them.
Maybe the key thing, Kurt, there was you were looking to know when we would know about these things, and I think that's not until next year at the earliest. So
Yeah.
not going to be September.
And you can imagine that's one of the fundamental challenges for this board, to try to give feedback on a project which could, depending upon the choices made, have this 100-foot impact or a lot less. And so I think we're all struggling with how to give feedback without feeling that it's tied to a particular design. So you can understand our struggle.
I do, and it's one of the reasons we've been pretty careful with our terminology, whether there is a conceptual level of analysis going on, or whether we were given direction, provided direction to proceed with a preliminary design. There is a final design that happens after that. There is a construction period. And so one of the schedules showed what I recall about a 6-year schedule going out to 2024 in terms of what utility staff collectively saw as sort of a minimum time period under best case scenario to proceed with this project.
But I can certainly appreciate that council, CU, all the other parties, they would like to know if this is going to fly. And we're struggling with how to give some sort of feedback without really knowing what the impact of the project would be. And so that's part of my challenge anyway.
Can I just ask specifically on the caissons? I'm not an engineer, but presumably you have the base of the wall and then you have bedrock, and the caissons are like, think of it as my fingers between the two. Some blockage of groundwater flow will happen. It's just a question of how much. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, the easy answer is it would be minimal. It's not a wall down to bedrock. There are isolated piers that would be designed according, to the weight and the requirements of the structure, but groundwater would freely pass between. One of the proposals, in fact, was to have the wall extend down and then have openings within the wall. All of this would be determined at a later time, but understanding that the groundwater conveyance was one of the critical parameters to address in this project.
I'm struggling with that a little, just because there's a certain, is pressure in the groundwater going to build up upstream and move through those areas that are open faster? It strikes me that when there is blockage of any kind, there is a reduction of flow. I would love to know the answer to that before we get into any detailed analysis. That's helpful for me.
Yeah, I don't have an answer at this time. There is an extensive component of the groundwater and geotechnical investigations as part of the preliminary design alone. There was a first phase for the 36 holes that were drilled, and there will be a report following. The estimate is sometime in September. We have a second phase of geotechnical investigations going on. I would say in realistic terms, it is an extensive effort to understand what is associated with both the soil conditions and the groundwater for this particular project.
Tom, may I just do a check-in? It's 7:30. I would imagine that the trustees would like a little more time tonight, since we're gathered here, so I just wanted to just give the 7:30 check-in.
If on your willingness to stay, we'd love to take advantage of that.
Should we propose that we go to 8, but then do another check-in at 8 and just see where we're at? Okay.
They were all here till midnight. Nice.
So they're prepped.
Should we move to question 14?
Yep, and I think that has already been addressed by Brandon. Was that adequate earlier? If so, then we could move to 15. And this again is...
Brandon, I'm happy to defer back to you as the project manager on specific ones. I just wanted to remind the Board of Trustees that I'm trying to answer the questions in a generic sense in terms of typical projects and stuff. And, you know, when we speak about structural things, these are things that we will address in final design.
Is this one...
Yeah, 15, 16 seem like time, we'll bring a timeline to September 11th, which will shed a little bit more light on
Right.
when we could expect to see some things.
Okay. We kind of addressed mitigation. That's my understanding was we'll come back with some thoughts on that to September, and understanding the different aspects of that you raise in these questions will be really helpful. Is there anything in particular in those that you would like to discuss further tonight?
The only thing I'll say, John, is that I personally am not particularly impressed with the potential of open space other to serve as any kind of mitigation for the project as far as the impacts to the resources are concerned. I just don't think there's, equal value that's anywhere close.
So I would take that, Dave, as looking further afield then.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
And I think, CU certainly has some major responsibility in that regard.
So then, anything else on up to question 23? Oh,
Well, I'll just mention it because what we haven't talked about a lot over the last year is the mitigation package that we put forward for variant 1 as originally designed. And I think Karen made this point, but I guess one question that keeps occurring to me is, can we assume that's the bench or the baseline that we're building on? We're starting there. And I'm not sure of that. I see discussions going on that might actually make it not possible to do some of those mitigations. And so I think that's always going to be a question to us, is that a starting point, or have we already lost the opportunity for some of those mitigation elements?
Well, I see, how I see it is that what this board put forth as a motion to mitigate those impacts, those same impacts are still going to be prevalent. Yes. So it's now just additional, the 84 acres with proposed 17, money to come along with restoring 17 of those acres. I still think, even with what we've heard from CU, I think that base package is still possible. I've seen anything for those possibilities that are removed at this point.
Okay.
From my knowledge. And looking at building off of there, then we get to the point of Dave's concern is there, beyond the 84 acres, is there anything out there that is valuable to us? And then we do start to get into what Phil you might be able to address, is going beyond 84 acres of OSO. We start to get into some conversation that CU's having as far as, do they need some OSO acreage in order to use? And so therefore are looking at additional mitigation on CU South, maybe limited, or maybe in conflict with what CU is asking. And maybe you can comment a little bit about what CU is saying at this point.
Sure. So the annexation application was submitted in February, and so we have provided initial comments, and we've gotten some responses to some of those issues back from CU. I think the application itself has some flexible components in which around that time where they were submitting was right around the time where we were talking about the latest flood mitigation concept. And so some of it is sort of a floating requirement of kind of squeezing the balloon. So if the flood mitigation were to flood an area that was assumed for student housing, for example, they would look for other areas of the site to accomplish that goal. And in that case, they identified the open space other area. I think what the analysis will do as we're turning into the new year with the new flood concept analysis will be to kind of take those different takes of the flood mitigation design storms and see what the impact is to the open space other area, if any, and I think it's weighing those trade-offs at that time when we have a little bit more information to share.
It is a really small box that we're all working in, and there's not a lot of free land available in it. So clearly, any time a change is made, it affects every interest in that box, which includes us. And I mean, it's a really difficult situation, so.
I just wanted to add kind of an overarching comment, which is I think we have to keep in mind as we're talking about mitigation that there are different types of mitigation. And so when we talk about sort of offsetting the impacts to open space, there may be things as far as buffering development on CU and that type of thing that can help offset some of the impacts to open space. Actual regulatory mitigation is going to happen in very specific areas, and whether those exist on that CU parcel or not, I don't know. I know that they do not for those elements that will have to be done in close proximity to the creek just because of where CU South sits. So I think we have to be careful that, we're not rolling all mitigation into one ball, because there are certainly different levels of it and different things that we would be addressing with it.
And I think we would benefit at some point from any expertise you can share with us about what consultation's likely to look like. I think it's something we haven't talked about enough for this project. As you just said, if we have to compensate for loss of Preble's habitat, where could that happen? We have some history trying to compensate impacts on our lands from US 36 widening, where it was proposed to recreate wet meadow habitat. And my understanding is, over many years, that simply hasn't worked. And certainly the regulatory agencies know that, because that was part of what they were depending on for mitigation. So I think this is a really big deal that is not getting enough discussion, and it should be important not just to us, but to all the parties to this, because and I'm just speaking from a lot of years in water resources planning, there's nothing that sinks a project faster than ESA consultation. So any insight you can give us into what's likely to be required if we have the expected loss of Preble's habitat, I think would be really illuminating. Thanks.
As well as your suggestions, Heather, about what might be appropriate compensation or mitigation.
And we may be able to address that generically. Of course, the details of it would project. We won't necessarily know the details of what would be required.
Yeah. Brandon, in the timeline, would we likely see a schedule for when the consultation and when the permitting process would be, and when we would likely begin that process? Would that be part of the timeline that you would paint?
Yeah, I think so. And I just want to tack on to Kurt's point a little bit is the change here that's happening going on to OSMP is actually outside of the EIS that was completed for 36. So that there is a regulatory component that I think a summary of for you guys in September would be really helpful of what the agencies are going to be involved now going forward and what their kind of requirements are from a regulatory standpoint as compared to what we're talking about for mitigation. So I think that would be very valuable information, and I think we could work with Heather on that as well. Yeah, and everybody. OSMP, I guess.
And I'm always a fan for informal consultation. I think we suggested 2 years ago that we should start informal consultation, and now it looks like a really good time to start informal consultation.
Again,
yeah.
So back to the questions. On this number 20, I'm not sure if we, just to close that one out, I think that we could look at that. It's close. We may need some more information to answer that definitively. On 21, is there any valuable form of, and this is sort of, this was Dave's point, so we will look into that and look for other opportunities. What are qualifying mitigation sites to offset construction and floodplain development impacts being considered for the flood hazard risk reduction projects under consideration for South Boulder Creek? I guess this is kind of the same thing. I'm not sure I understand this totally. Does anyone remember what this question was?
I think it's related to what we've been discussing the last 10 minutes or so.
Same thing?
Yep.
Okay. And then what specific mitigation for the current proposed floodwall project has already been identified? Is that one probably nothing at this point, or?
No, nothing at this point, but I think the regulatory component that we're getting pushed into here is definitely a good, a baseline for, at a minimum, this is definitely what we're going to have to do. So that's why I think that information would be really helpful for you guys.
Okay, so that closes out the mitigation portion of the questions. The next item was questions around the process through to construction. So like 24 was what process is envisioned by Utilities Department on proceeding with a flood hazard mitigation project once final decisions are made and the project is approved. Process is envisioned. Is that something that we could elaborate in the schedule that you were talking about before and bring that back for September?
Yeah, I'm just going to make a guess here, but this is really talking about once we get a final concept defined, what is the schedule for all these design components that we've been discussing. So hopefully the schedule will help answer that question.
Is that okay? 25, how does the Utilities Department plan on incorporating the disposal of open space lands process outlined in the city charter if certain potential projects with construction or development components on open space lands are chosen?
Is that more of a timeline question? Where in this process would city utilities like for that conversation to take place? Or I'm just wondering, whoever asked that, maybe clarification on that.
I asked that.
Okay.
And yeah, that's part of it. I guess I think the disposal question uncertainty is significant enough that I'm concerned that the project doesn't go so far down the road that it becomes a fait accompli before that disposal question is answered. And I don't know that it's entirely the Utilities Department responsibility to do that, but certainly I think the Utilities Department needs to obviously be aware of that need and be cognizant of when it needs to happen.
I appreciate the question. As one who manages the CIP, I have concerns on a number of things, and costs are always one of them. We've done our best to articulate to council what the expenditures have been on the project to date and to what extent the funding is still going toward options that are viable regardless what the ultimate selection is. So what you mentioned here is one of a number of components that are on the critical path of the schedule once we get to probably the first quarter of 2020.
Great. And I think it then relates back to what we're going to talk about in a minute, which is upstream alternatives or other potential options. Because if this board in its infinite wisdom decides that disposal is not a viable option, then I think we want to see what other alternatives exist that might be recommended.
Question 26 was, why is an OSMP considered an equal partner in the deliberations on the issues associated with the development of the CU South property and reducing flood risks for downstream residents? I think we are considered an equal partner. I think maybe there may have been some gaps that in communication or something that we haven't met, but all along, the project has worked really closely with OSMP staff anyways. Maybe
I didn't write this question, but when I read it, I took it to have relevance to, for instance, the CDOT consultation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Where OSMP wasn't in the room, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would describe that as probably one of those gaps that occurred.
So it seems to me to be an equal partner, that when something like that happens, OSMP staff is part of the team. And perhaps the person who wrote the question wants to say more.
Yes, the person who wrote the question would like to say.
Well, council,
I was going to say, council last night in its discussion certainly raised this as a concern, and I think that we as the Open Space Board would like to convey our very serious concern that the open space staff and department be equal partners in this, and that these gaps do not appear. Especially, I think, I don't know, personally, although I wasn't involved in the review and decisions of a year ago, it just strikes me that a lot of effort and attention was spent on a project alternative that now, as Kurt pointed out earlier, has been a waste of time. And I'm just concerned that we not go down that path again. And I think having the Open Space Department participate as a full partner will help ensure that.
And that could certainly be something that you address in September as a recommendation.
Well, we promised at least 10 minutes for Karen, this final section, so should we get into upstream?
Take that word.
Or,
Will you pull up the slides that I gave you, please? I put together some slides so that I didn't have to take a lot of time explaining what I was talking about. And this is a diagram from the council packet of about 11 months ago, where RJH came to council with what they're calling the dual storage option. And this was in response to community interest in seeing some kind of upstream options. In the analysis of this option, which is what they called the horseshoe on the left side, if you'll go to the next slide, they found that this option rated higher than the other options of variant 1, 500 year, with fill put in different places. And the thing that was not of highest yes on this yellow column for the dual storage option was the fact that it reduced what could be done in open space other, which was at that time of concern to us because of our proposal for mitigation. And since I see that more off the board now, and based on our earlier discussion of the habitat value being much less on the CU South property in the horseshoe location, it appears to me when I look at this that the dual storage option rates much higher than the other choices for variant 1 500 year. To look at this more closely, I went to the next slide, which is from the HDR study that done for the city in 2009 to update the high hazard zones. And my understanding is that this map is for a 100-year event. Once again, the 36 diagonal is on the right-hand side. The horseshoe pit, or whatever you were calling that, is in the center right. And then as you go up towards 95, what was of interest to me,
93.
in this high hazard zone, you see 93, and you see the water from South Boulder Creek backing up to 93 there and splitting. And as, I'm sorry, need a name. Brandon, thank you. As Brandon described earlier, the high hazard risk zone is defined by 4 feet.
There's also a depth and velocity calculation.
Yeah,
so
that is comparable to 4 feet. And
yeah.
So I'm not going to get into exactly what each of these red areas means, but it means to me as a non-engineer that there's significant water depths. And so many of my questions have to do with this. And I don't know whether there has been a utilities analysis of the flow that goes down the creek channel versus that goes along 93 and then over in the area where Dry Creek Ditch 2 crosses that grasslands area and goes, I'm going to get up just because I can't point from here. My question is, what's the flow that goes in this direction versus this direction? And you'll see variations of these questions on the sheet there. And if this flow is as significant as it appears on here, and can go into this horseshoe area that was described by RJH 11 months ago, then what is the potential detention in here that would keep this from going back into the creek? And what is the remaining flow here? Is that, have I said that clearly enough that you understand what I'm getting at, Brandon?
Yes, I understand the question. I don't know if I'll be able to answer it completely here, but I think we should discuss it. And the high hazard zone, like I mentioned, is not just a representation of depth, so it can be misleading because particularly the area you're pointing at is quite a bit steeper. And so you have much higher velocities even with a lower depth. So it's not necessarily a representation of flow volume that's coming down.
I understand.
And then
I have no clue what the volume is.
Yes.
But to me, that's an important question for the previous slide. Because if you're, can you go back to the previous slide? I'm sorry, 2. Because if you're going to use this for detention, I think it's important to know how much flow can go into there.
Right, and this option in particular was that upstream basin was designed to contain as much flow as naturally goes there.
That's right.
And so to actually contain the 100-year volume, you still need the flood wall. And now we know with the CDOT impact, so you see that lower berm and wall there, we still need a smaller structure, but similar structure to what we're proposing. And those impacts, I think, are pretty similar along the US 36 right-of-way as what we've kind of been discussing tonight.
Okay, and another one of my related questions that's somewhere on the sheet is how much flow you could get to go into here, and therefore what the trade-offs were with this. Can you get enough to go into here that you can minimize this or reduce it substantially, or what?
Yeah, and I think, so another thing I'd just like to offer for you guys for the September meeting, because these questions,
I'm not expecting you to answer these questions tonight.
There were a few of them, but what I would offer is really a recap of the alternatives we've looked at to date and kind of how we've gotten to where we're at. And if knowing these 5 acres of impacts, looking at that and kind of showing you how we got to where we're at so we can answer some of these questions of why these aren't the variant that we've selected to date. So I think that might be helpful.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because I think most of us have lived that. What you just described doing.
Right.
We have been at
Karen, could I?
Hours and hours of meetings.
Are you asking a more specific question that either this variant or a variant of this variant, what would it take to eliminate or the flood wall option? And has anything surfaced to date that might lead us to exploring an option without the flood wall? Is that also?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And for the larger context, and yes, these options have been looked at by RJH and others. None of them appear to be able to eliminate the need for the flood wall at 36. But now that the proposal is to put that flood wall on open space critical habitat, we have hundreds of citizens that are sending us emails saying we shouldn't give up open space land for that. We should store this upstream. So for whatever reason, the efforts we put into looking at upstream storage haven't been fully convincing to people. And so given the situation that stands right now with variant 1 and the flood wall, I do think it's worth a little bit more time because this is I think in a lot of people's minds, this is something that hasn't ever really been looked at, and it's obvious that it would work. And I'm not sure it's obvious it would work, but I think if we can clarify what the facts are and the trade-offs are, I think it would be really helpful to the conversation going forward.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I would like to try and compile that as best we can from the data we have, how we've looked at the alternatives to date, and if there's additional questions from there, take them back and figure out the best way to answer them. These are definitely alternatives that have been included in studies up to now, so.
Yeah, the horseshoe option was very cursory. I mean, it was like 5 minutes or more worth, as opposed to, substantial attention to it. And this HDR map shows much more in terms of the kinds of things you were mentioning, Brandon, in terms of the water depth and the color coding there. And I don't know whether when RJH did the horseshoe thing, whether they looked at capturing some of what's obviously a lot of water behind 93 there and funneling it down the Dry Creek Ditch area.
And I think that's what I'd like, based off what we have to date, I'd like to try and summarize that and and if some of these things of why we took these off the plate are important for you guys, then I'd like you guys to hear our understanding of where we're at, and then that's essentially what I think would be the most helpful, is kind of run through. There's been a lot of alternatives that have been looked at to get to variant 1.
Yeah, and I'm not sure putting all of them back and analyzing all of them makes sense. I mean, we know that some of them don't merit that.
Right, okay. And I think that with the questions that have come up tonight about variant 2, it would be good to revisit some of those reasons as well as part of that September meeting in more detail, so you can see those.
Well, if council, in terms of variant 2, if council is not entertaining that option, I don't think it's worth our time.
Okay. Yeah, and that's fine, and yeah, that was kind of what I think would be most helpful for you guys, but I'm happy to work with John and Dan and figure out if there's something that would be more helpful. That's kind of what I was thinking. Reading the questions would be the most helpful, is kind of the history of how we went through those alternatives and how we got to where we are today.
Yeah, how I'm reading the question coming from the board, because I know that a few of our board members are very intimately familiar with every option that's been studied and why it hasn't been chosen. I think the question that is coming forward is there any variations that possibly could be looked at that would eventually get rid of the flood wall? I think that's what you're saying,
Yep.
Karen.
Yep.
And we can talk offline about what, if any, information we can bring forward on that on September 11th. And it may be that there isn't any information we can give you, and that's maybe part of your statement.
Right. I think that was a good framing, Dan. I mean, the question is, if you can't put the flood wall where you think you're going to put the flood wall, where would you store this flood?
Yeah.
And really let you folks investigate that, not driven by some concept we might have.
It's 8 o'clock, so I want to do another check-in.
Well, how long would it take to go through the remaining questions? It's only really one page, right? Just essentially.
And they're pretty
I
simple.
think most of
A lot
those are pretty much been covered.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I would just like to have 2 or 3 minutes to paint a scenario where I work to outline how we construct the September 11th conversation. I have an idea, and I just want to run it by you all, and that would just take 2 minutes.
Turn this one on.
So maybe the quick question to the board is, does anybody have a question that's on page 6 or 7 that they don't feel has been answered? Just call it out. But I don't think we need to go through them question by question. If somebody says, hey, my question hasn't been answered, then call it out. Otherwise, move on. Good?
The only thing that we haven't talked about is the series of restored gravel pits. I don't know if it's possible to put one of those maps back up or not, ladies.
Which map, Karen? This one?
Mm-hmm.
That one's okay. There are a couple of questions.
Grab the mic, Karen.
There are a couple of questions that have to do with this series of restored gravel pits as potential additions to the horseshoe detention area. And I just wanted to point out where they are on the map.
Yeah, and could you just help me reference the questions that refer to that area as well, and then.
Is that 28? 28.
The bottom question on 5, it looks like.
Yep, I see it.
And 34 too, right? Question 34.
And just to be clear, you're pointing at an area that's off of the CU South property up there.
Yes, it is OSMP land that's restored gravel pits.
Okay.
Yep. In a,
And Karen,
Aren't
just
the
to be-
upper ones CU South property?
Yeah, just to be clear, some of the restored gravel pits do sit on CU's property,
Yeah.
some sit on the CU property.
but the ones up here are OSMP.
Right, that triangle is OSMP, but there are gravel pits further to the north
They're part of the CU
that are part of the CU South
rectangle
property.
that's shown on all the maps as CU.
And the question is do they have a role to play in
Is there-
storage?
Let me go back to the question. At the bottom of page 5, you have the rest of it, I just have one. If the design were revised further to direct some of the South Boulder Creek flow into the detention area via the restored gravel pits south of the CU South property that have been restored, would that provide additional detention in the horseshoe area?
So this is sort of getting at the same question. Is there upstream places we
Yeah.
could put the water so we don't need the flood wall and the groundwater?
Right,
Okay.
right.
So
Looking at not only the flow that goes along 93 and down where the ditch goes,
right.
but in addition to that, possibly from this triangle of restored gravel pits over.
And I would imagine from an open space perspective of redirecting or placing that flow without the need for infrastructure, or because that's
One
what we've
engineer,
seen.
yeah, one engineer that I talked to said, you know, it wouldn't take much to get it over there. I don't know what that means in engineering terms. But it strikes me that it could be a lot less damaging than 5 acres of orchid and Prebbles Meadow and wet meadow habitat.
And I think that's one aspect that really hasn't been studied, which is what would it take? I think, as you said, several
I'm not
of the
talking about
designs-
all the flow, I'm talking about additional flow.
Right.
Yeah.
I think most of the designs relied on just the existing topography, and we're looking, well, how could you augment that, and et cetera.
Yeah, and I think some of these, we're not going to be able to have really great information in September, but
no.
it might be more like what Dan was suggesting, is it could frame a recommendation from you.
Yeah.
Just briefly, as the newest trustee, I didn't get a chance to say how honored I am to be working with all the open space staff and to thank the city council members who appointed me. As I find myself here, you don't sign up for this job to get into talking about heavy-duty development in endangered habitat. I can communicate a little bit about why I'm anxious and why I think my colleagues keep returning to this idea of the wall, and that is regarding September. One of the first things you do in this job is you read the charter and you understand not only the disposal elements of the charter, but the fact that the citizens ultimately have the ability to take up these types of questions. There'd be nothing more mortifying than to find out that you weren't a good trustee of the citizens' interests. And as a result, I just think people share some sense that it's hard through all these options to see any net benefit to the open space department. It's not there yet. It feels like CU hasn't come close enough. It feels like this is some very serious, heavy construction still. And so I'm going to leave it there, but that's why I know my first meeting is an anxious one.
Yeah.
So Dan, were you about to go on to?
Yeah, so Hal and others who may not know that, I actually get the privilege of meeting with Tom for an hour or two every month in which we look ahead at the upcoming agenda, and we kind of talk about, is this structured in the right way? How much time do we think we need for all of the elements involved? Tom is always good at pointing some things out. We make adjustments to a proposed draft agenda. And what I'm also understanding is that we would like to start inviting Kurt into those conversations as a way to possibly transition Kurt into, if he assumes the chair role of joining those monthly conversations. And so I would like to propose is that we maybe add on to that meeting that we have in which Tom and Kurt and a few of us could work through structuring the September 11th meeting and structuring the questions we would ask in the memo to help you all guide through a conversation. It's going to be a difficult one. It's going to be a long conversation. I understand that. We'll probably have some good public comment as well. And so if that's all right with you to rely on Kurt and Tom during my agenda setting meeting to kind of work through some structure. And so if you have ideas of how you could see it playing out, I would invite you to, contact Tom on that regards too. But I don't know, just so get your reaction to working with you on that regards.
No, I think it's a particularly difficult one because it's not a binary decision. There's a lot of different components to this. And so it is a little hard to structure the questions so that we can generate feedback in a way that, we can all vote on this and not just, otherwise it could get rather amorphous. But I think that's our challenge.
And my understanding of what the outcome of the September 11th meeting, well, maybe that's the question. Can you tell us what you see as the outcome for the September?
Well, and I think this is also a good point for anybody listening too. So there is some confusion that I've heard from amongst the public that this will actually be a formal disposal hearing on part of the board, and it is not. I told council back in July, having been through disposal hearings before with open space, that and knowing what we require, the type of information we require before we bring you a decision to make on disposal, that we don't have enough information yet of exactly what is the impact. I think what we're hearing tonight is it's very much in conceptual stage. And so September 11th is not going to be the actual disposal hearing itself, but yet council very much wants a pulse of where you guys, what you're feeling at this point in time. So it is amorphous in the general sense of what council is expecting, but it will not be a formal disposal hearing. It will be the opportunity for you to provide council with to provide them a really good ground truthing of where you think you're at on this. And so I think some questions by staff could be generated in the memo to help guide that. I'm not so sure exactly what they're going to be yet, but I think we can get there to help you at least narrow it down a little bit.
And I'll just say, it strikes me, one answer to the variant 1, 500 with the flood wall being located outside of the right-of-way is, some might say, no, we don't see that as viable. A different answer is yes, if. It's viable if the following, and there could be a mitigation package, there could be other components to it. And, depending on what our answer is, it would be helpful for council to hear, either of those two things, wherever the board comes down. If the answer is people feel, if the majority of the board feels they just can't support it, then we say that. If the majority of the board feels, no, we could support it if, and then lay out what that if is, I think there's value in hearing that. There are obviously other alternatives that aren't part of this, this particular variant that we could also comment upon. And maybe it's also just some sort of general stuff about how we think about these issues and what are some of the, priority things to look at going forward. But I don't know, how close we'll get to having answers to those questions, given there's an awful lot of unknowns here. But,
Yeah, we're sort of caught between not having enough information, and then, as Dave said, we don't want to wait so long that it's a fait accompli. And there's some feeling already that we may be at that point. So I'm really caught betwixt and between. I do think it might be worth reminding council in some way, here's what we would normally have if we were going to do a disposal action. Just to sort of remind them that that's the standard. Now, we can try to make some forecast as we get closer to that, and exactly where we have to get to before we can do that, I sure don't know.
Right, but also, just speaking for myself, obviously, I don't think we want to just endlessly say we need to know more. That's not particularly helpful to council to say, well, we could give you a better answer if we knew a lot more. I think that could be true 5 years from now. I mean, we're being asked, well, okay, admitting there are some uncertainties and some unknowns, but sometimes you have to make choices about what path to head down, understanding you don't know all that lies ahead, and if you knew more, it would better, might even alter your course. But we'll have to see whether we feel we know enough to at least, answer the question with caveats, rather than just give caveats that, gee, it'd be great to know a lot more. Personally, I think it's not enough. It doesn't serve our role as trustees to just say, well, get back to us when you know more.
Well, I definitely agree with that. But I think, in making a choice, you got to have a choice. And that's where I think that it's really important, Brandon, I guess I'm speaking to you specifically, I'm looking at the viability, evaluating the viability of any other option. And it's not every other option, but if there's any other option that, under specific, conditions, would serve to meet the need, then I think this board would benefit from knowing that as close to September 11th as possible, because it does feel like we're only dealing with one proposal at this point, and in the back of my mind, I'm not convinced that there was equitable treatment early on with a number of viable options, and I just want to be sure that we've covered that ground. And I also think the mayor, at the I think it was the March meeting, did say that the council wanted to make sure that other reasonable options were looked at, and I think that it's our responsibility to make sure that council has that best information at this point.
Even in July.
Yes, right.
So I think we then thank you all for spending a second night here, and with the close collaboration to come, we'll undoubtedly be seeing more of each other. Look forward to it. This is really helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you all. Really appreciate it.
All right, then with that, we are exiting the study session and reconvening back into our regular meeting. I don't mean to be rude, but we're just going to keep going while you're all packing up. So the next item is approval of the minutes from our July 31 meeting. Does anyone have any changes?
Yes, I do.
All right.
But I think I need Leah.
Huh?
Can I give you words to type in?
Thanks, Brandon.
Verbally?
You can just say, she can pick it up off the tape.
Under,
Thanks, Brandon.
thanks, Brandon. Under Alan Delamere's comment, my question is, he suggested that we stop publishing our open space. Does that mean?
Promoting?
Promoting would be a better word. Thank you.
Oh.
And then, before the motion, two things happened that I think are worth publicly noticing in minutes. One is that a revised version of the Open Space and Mountain Parks Master Plan survey was distributed. Or maybe it needs to say a revised version of the results of the Open Space and Mountain Parks, because that needs to be publicly stated, I believe, in minutes. And the other thing that it seems to me is missing is that there were lengthy discussions between the board and the staff or something to indicate that the board requested numerous revisions and clarifications.
That's an understatement.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
Okay. So those three revisions, I think, are needed.
Okay. With anyone else have any changes beyond that?
I don't have any changes, Tom, but I guess I do have an observation. And, I just find the minutes so far as being too cryptic. And I don't know, I grew through this organization where the written record was the record, and so the minutes were very detailed and almost verbatim. And so I'm not suggesting that, but I do think that it is very helpful to have more content of, the discussions and some of the background material that goes into the decisions on the motions. And so I don't know if any other board members feel the same way or if we want to do anything, but that's just my concern, is that considering that we had a 6-hour meeting to basically have a one-sentence synopsis of that meeting, I think is not meeting the need that we have. And I think we ought to have a written record in addition to the tape or video or whatever else is available.
Well, the amended, or the amended version of the plan would sort of constitute the clarifications and changes that we proposed. And, I don't know how we could ask staff to sort of, there were so many of them, and people might always disagree with the way something's being characterized, that I wonder, does it suffice to just reference the amended plan as capturing all of those changes? I don't know how else we would do this.
Well, I can see that working if there's a statement that says something about what we did during those 6 hours between the end of public comment and the motion at the end of a sentence.
Right, so it's OSBT requested numerous changes and clarifications which are captured.
And then URL, yeah.
Right, and then have a reference to where the draft the updated draft plan could be found. I don't think that yet exists, right?
That's right.
Right, but it will exist, you know.
Dave, it's true that what we've asked staff to add to, and I mean, we've gone back and forth as to what's the right thing, and what they're adding to now is to try to capture more of the public comments. But you're right, there's sort of the magic occurred and the master plan was adopted. It doesn't say very much about that.
Yeah, I think that was a really significant major step that it doesn't really receive the attention that it deserves. And I don't mean that that the minutes should reflect every detailed conversation, but somehow I think there ought to be a summary of whatever the discussion or action was before the motion. So that there's some context for, readers and, currently or in the future to understand the basis for the motion.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have a particular suggestion on how best to do that, other than to, try some things and, we kind of work our way through it over the next few meetings.
I agree with your term cryptic. And perhaps between the end of the public comment, which is at the level of detail that you were describing for board actions, if there were more than just a space and then motion, to indicate what happened in that time period and give timestamps between the end of public comment and the motion.
Yeah, I think they're right. So if you said from time X to time Y, the board, and then just pick up with the language, that would capture, I think, a bit more completely what was going on there.
Yeah, that there was 6 hours of that.
Mm-hmm.
Or the board and staff reviewed the draft plan, and yeah, it's not you, but the board and staff reviewed the draft plan, and, here were a number of the, the major discussion points, and, that got to the motion language.
I mean,
Or even that there were revisions and clarifications suggested for every section. I think that's a true statement.
Yeah, we could say that.
yeah,
page by
I would think that would work. To try to ask staff to decide which were the major ones, that
would be difficult.
Yeah, and then we could ourselves get into unhelpful debates about, well, wait a minute, I thought my change was a really important one, or
Right.
And that,
Well,
particularly for
and in the draft version that's posted online, the revisions are all going to be highlighted.
Right, so that-
right? So
yes.
by referencing that, you can see the revisions.
okay. Do you feel you have what you need to?
Yeah, I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing on this particular subject, there's some more detail we could add without having staff have to choose between which ones we felt were important. I hear that. I also am starting to hear the larger question of the brevity to our minutes, and I think that's ebb and flowed over time, which people in this room could certainly point to. I think staff could certainly have a conversation about ways, because we don't want to get into the situation where staff has to choose that was important and that wasn't, so I'm putting that in the minutes, I'm not. We don't want to get there, but we could have some brainstorming about the general matter that the two of you are raising about the brevity, and is it too brief, and maybe bring some suggestions forward of.
That'd be great.
And maybe we could just start reflecting that in some minutes and saying, are we starting to get there? But I would hate to tip the balance where staff's in the position of having to opine on which was important and what wasn't.
And I don't want to get into the world where we're spending 15 minutes at the start of every meeting.
Right.
Revisiting the minutes, because it's now all on,
Yeah, we have to depend on the video.
Yeah. So,
I'm not suggesting that, but I do think that, if we could take a look at, just providing a little more context for some of the actions, I think would be helpful.
Thank you.
okay. So with that, do we have a motion
I move we accept the minutes
as amended?
as amended of July 31st, 2019.
Second?
Okay, all in favor? Okay. And of course, you'll note that Hal was abstaining since he wasn't on the board at that meeting. All right.
Public comment.
All right, so has anyone, this is the time for public comment for items not identified for a public hearing. We have 3 items for a public hearing: the license for a guardrail on 95th Street, the budget, and extension of the tax-free open space fund. So we have 4 people signed up, and I'll just call them in order. You'll get, please begin by stating your name and your address. You'll get 3 minutes. Nobody is pooling, correct? And the yellow light goes on at, when you have 30 seconds left, the red light when you're done, and you'll also hear the beep, and, kindly wrap up when that occurs. First is John Carroll, then Mike Barrow, then Margaret Lecomte, and then Mike Chiropoulos. Okay, John.
Hi there, everyone. As Hal pointed out, you all are in a very unenviable position on flood mitigation. And I live on Qualla Drive in Fraser Meadows. Left that out at the beginning. I'm here on behalf of the South Boulder Creek Action Group to remind you all that to those of us in harm's way, this is a really important health and safety issue that could be life or death. Our streets didn't slowly fill up with water. Water suddenly overtopped US 36, and we had several feet of water flowing through our streets. Brandon showed a photo of a red car with water up to the windows. That was next door to my house where that photo was taken. Our basements filled up with floor-to-ceiling water within a matter of minutes. It's fortunate that the events happened at 10 p.m. when people were still awake. People were blocked inside their apartments and had to swim out windows because refrigerators floated in front of doors. And it's miraculous that everyone made it out alive. The worst part is that there's no way for us to evacuate the neighborhood. All of the streets and exits of the neighborhood are blocked. So those of us in harm's way appreciate the open space that's available to us at CU South. But, this is a really important life or death public safety issue to us first and foremost. And we just wanted to come here and remind you all of that. Thank you.
Could I have a question? And this isn't a question that you should have to answer, but I know there was some efforts that were started by utilities to maybe establish some sort of warning system. Has that moved ahead at all? Do you know?
It was mentioned offhand at a city council meeting actually recently about installing a webcam or something, but I didn't hear anything else about it.
Okay, maybe we can follow up on that, because I know there was talk about gauging the creek and, having sort of a mini alert system, which are widely used. I mean, we sit in the middle of one of the biggest alert systems in the country. So anyway, we can check into that. Thanks.
Thank you.
John, I just wanted to add, and I certainly hope you wouldn't take from our study session, I realize the study session focused on the sort of open space issues, and we are the Open Space Board, and I hope you don't take from that in any way that we are downplaying the importance of safety. It's just, to some extent, that is kind of a given at the start of the, it's that we're, as we discussed, that that this would in fact achieve the goal of 100-year protection. And I hope you don't take from our focus that we're unsympathetic to those concerns.
Yes, and thank you for your support in the past and going forward.
Okay, thanks. Next is Mike Barrow.
Good evening, Mike Barrow, 1103 Alexandria in Lafayette. Yes, it was a marathon session. I did bail out of here physically, but I did take the time and watch the entire proceedings.
We're sorry.
Yeah, and good on you. It was a lot of work that you went through. Insofar as your thoughts about putting more, being less cryptic in the minutes, I would suggest that it have a good timeline of how the meeting goes down. So if you really wanted to dig into it, you could go right to the YouTube video and drop into that. Yep. That would be the most useful for someone who goes to the video and watches it and wants to see a particular spot. And I'm here tonight to talk about a particular spot in your proceedings last time. I think it went sideways. It was a discussion about some of you didn't want to provide attributes that would be associated with the Parks and Recreation Department. While I agree that I don't want OSMP land to morph into a public park, there are several reasons why that attitude is problematic. This runs counter to the master plan's explicit goal of getting more people of color onto OSMP lands, for one. There are cultural differences that define what and how people value our public lands. I seriously doubt if we would be successful in getting people of different cultural backgrounds to appreciate public lands the way you and I appreciate them. Everybody has something different. Additionally, this attitude of restriction and providing recreational assets ignores the reality that humans are actually on the landscape. Doesn't it make more sense to understand the patterns of use and provide opportunities for visitors to enjoy the beauty of these lands? We need to create spots that make people gravitate toward. And so by doing so, we lessen the impacts to the places that you really don't want people in. It seems to me that creating these spots concentrate use, oh, somebody's calling me, creating spots to concentrate use is preferable to ignoring use patterns and then reacting negatively when impacts arise. If you take the approach of not creating those inviting spots to appreciate the landscape and everything on it, then people will continue to hike, run, and ride on our trail systems, and it effectively becomes an outdoor gym. I bet you don't like the idea, and I don't like it. So anyway, I really would like to see recreation professionals get in the middle of this kind of discussion instead of taking our values and trying to impose them on others. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Margaret?
So I was here till midnight last night. I'm a little stiff still. I'm Margaret Lecomte, 290 Pawnee Drive, and I'm here representing Save South Boulder. And I'm here to ask that open space lands not be repurposed for uses not explicitly permitted in the City of Boulder Charter, the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, and the Open Space Master Plan. Boulder taxpayers have specifically taxed themselves for open space lands precisely because they are open space for agriculture, habitat, diversity, recreation, wildlife, meditation, and the aesthetic qualities that enhance Boulder's quality of life. Open space is not a piggy bank to be robbed whenever someone comes up with a good idea for how to use it, no matter how socially useful, economically intriguing, or publicly worthy the cause. Open space has value in and of itself as open. Any disposition of open space for purposes other than those in the city's and county's foundational documents is a slippery slope towards the forever loss of one of Boulder's greatest treasures. Especially that is true for flood mitigation, close to my heart because I live next to that red car also. This is particularly a problem because many alternatives to a dam have not seriously been considered, largely because years ago CU specified do not touch our land. The problem is that some of the land in our open space is rare habitat inhabited by threatened species, and it cannot be replicated. Some plants cannot be regenerated anywhere else. These losses cannot be mitigated by exchanges. There is no comparable habitat. Justice and inclusivity in our community would be enhanced by widening access to open space for all citizens of Boulder, not by reducing the area of open space available to the public. In addition is an issue of environmental justice. At the risk of sounding like a tree hugger, the animals, plants, and varied habitats in the open space deserve a place in our community as much as human beings do. In fact, they enrich our lives. They should not be put at greater risk by frittering away the lands where they live, especially because it's not necessary. there are many other alternatives that have simply not been considered by the engineering firms. Please act to preserve, reclaim, and restore our open space, and if anything, add to the store of open space in our community. We need these open vistas to keep us in touch with the natural world around us and to maintain the quality of life in Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. And last is Mike Chiropoulos.
Hi. First, thanks to staff. Thanks to staff for its dedication and expertise, and the board for its service and its time. CU South is 308 missing pieces of the puzzle for a world-class open space program. And if we get that in our system ringing the town, it's going to be more than ever a model for the state, the nation, and the world. The rub that we're faced with right now is that, as we heard, CU has skewed the floodplain planning and engineering from day one here. By not looking at the entire property, we're faced with unworkable or deeply flawed proposals and unnecessary sacrifices. Getting flood mitigation right means requires looking at the entire property. This room, we can't do three things at once. We can't have a council meeting, a concert, and a protest. CU South, what we're trying to do is pack in flood control, aggressive development, and the open space values that we've targeted protecting on that property since day one, the 1970s, the 1998 South Boulder Creek management vision. Staff in the spring had a memo to the council saying we can't accommodate all these competing uses. Let's look at other places for CU to pursue its development interest. Maybe the planning reserve with much lower ecological value is such a place. It's close enough to the university for staff and graduate student housing. Let the politicians make compromises, not this board. Your preservation mission is a sacred public trust. Disposals are incredibly important to this community. If we can realize our open space vision for this ecosystem with a good flood engineering plan, maybe some sacrifices of a few acres of open space for flood control is a reasonable compromise. But we're not there for reasons that we've heard tonight. I really, really, really believe we can have a community-wide win-win on this, and I hope that this board can tell the council to take a closer look at flood control that accommodates our open space values. I think that'll work for utilities, for open space, for all residents, and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. So with that, we close public comment for items not identified for public hearing. And Dan, return to you for matters from the department.
Yeah, before I invite Will Keeley up, I just want to make a quick announcement that we are ahead of schedule on Boulder Falls, and I think today, if the timing held, we actually reopened Boulder Falls. So it is a few weeks ahead of schedule, so I just wanted to alert this board and the public to that. And with that, I want to invite Will Keeley up, who is going to provide us a status report on 2 wildlife monitoring projects, and Will is a senior wildlife ecologist with Open Space Mountain Parks. It doesn't work on the screens.
Okay. Hi, Will Keeley, wildlife ecologist.
But Karen can point for you.
Well, I'm happy to be here to update you guys on 2 of our wildlife monitoring projects. It's been a while since wildlife staff has been up here giving you an update, so try to do this a little bit more often, but I thought I'd try to give you a taste of both the aquatic and the terrestrial life that we've been monitoring. So just a little bit of a brief outline. I'd like to update you on the ecology staff, the wildlife ecology staff, since we haven't been here in a while, just to give you an update on who we are. And then I'm gonna jump into raptors and our raptor monitoring program and give you a little bit of data to chew on, some trend data, some nesting success and productivity data, and then pivot to our northern leopard frog monitoring project and just give you an update on the population status of the native leopard frog. A couple of case studies on our habitat restoration to improve leopard frog habitat, and then jump into some leopard frog data, again, for you to kind of see how we use data to drive some of our management decisions in habitat restoration. So our staff now consists of Heather Swanson, who is now promoted to the ecological stewardship supervisor, one ecologist and 2 wildlife coordinators, one of which is a fixed term, and 3 wildlife temporary technicians. So we are a group of 7, and hopefully Heather can continue in some capacity on wildlife management programs. So jumping into raptors, as most of you probably know, the Flatirons offers high-quality raptor nesting habitat. Some of the best probably in Colorado, if not the western US, but it also offers world-class climbing opportunities. So the Raptor Habitat Management Program is a great example of kind of how we balance as a department our multi-charter purpose of protecting habitat as well as providing high-quality recreational opportunities. So this is a map depicting the Flatirons, and you can see the red dots as falcon nests and the blue dots as golden eagle nests. And so if you were to draw a line between the uppermost and the southernmost, it's about 12.5 kilometers, and you have 11 raptor nests here. So it's about a raptor nest every kilometer, so to say. And this is pretty unique. You wouldn't see this north or south of the Flatirons. It's really almost a raptor condominium in a pretty heavily urbanized environment. So quite a resource to manage. Just a brief, quick glance on the conservation status of the 6 or 7 raptors that we manage habitat for. They're all listed as either Tier 1 or Tier 2 in the State Wildlife Action Plan, which is Colorado Parks and Wildlife's plan to protect habitat as well as protect species. So Tier 1 is the species of greatest conservation need. Tier 2 is the second species of greatest conservation need. And then all of them are listed in the Boulder County Comp Plan as species of special concern. So the role of volunteers, especially in the raptor monitoring program, we couldn't do this without volunteers. They're kind of our eyes and our ears out there. Just in the previous 3 years, we've had 5,000 hours of dedicated time. And really what this does is not only provide us helpful information for gathering behavioral data and nesting success and productivity, but they also provide vital information for our adaptive management of our seasonal closures. So we lift closures on unoccupied territories on around May 15th. And just as a rundown, in the past 4 years, out of the 16 to 18 initial closures, we usually lift more or less, about half of them around May 15th. So diving into the data, what I did here to unpack it a little bit is backing up. The volunteers have also provided us the nesting success and productivity to be able to build this pretty impressive 32-year data set. So I looked at from 1990 to 2000 and then from 01 to 15 just to look at some trends. And just to define some terms for you, N divided by year is the number of egg-laying pairs per year. Nesting success is defined as the percentage of egg-laying pairs that fledge at least one offspring. And then nesting productivity, or prod, there is number of fledglings per egg-laying pair. So these are common raptor biology metrics, just to give you a clue in terms of how populations are doing. So again, no pointer here, but just to kind of keen your eyes on it, in terms of the 3 cliff nesters, between the first segment and the second segment, what you'll see is some pretty stable populations. The productivity remains somewhat similar. The nesting attempts per year is somewhat similar, and I think just in short, what this means is we're doing a pretty good job in terms of maintaining nesting success and productivity stability with cliff nesting raptors. Now, what I was able to add to this was the past 4 years of data, and a couple of things that kind of jumped out to me when I was looking at it was the difference in the prairie falcon versus the peregrine falcon egg-laying pairs per year. We're seeing a lot more peregrines on the system and a lot less prairies. And in talking with counterparts in the state, they're also seeing the same thing, just in terms of peregrines maybe outcompeting prairies for nesting sites because they are larger and more aggressive. What you also see is a decrease in productivity for both falcons, and largely this was due to both the years in 2016 and this year. This year's our worst year in the past 30 years for nesting falcons for reasons unknown, maybe the cold, wet spring. We did observe, and volunteers did observe a couple of times of incubating females itching a lot, which could be indicative of a high parasite load. So you never know. With the weather and with maybe the wet spring, this was certainly our worst year for falcons. So both 2016 and 2019 certainly biased these 4 years worth of data. But taken as a whole between 1990 and 2019, if you compared them to what is published for the Snake River Birds of Prey National Conservation Area in southwest Idaho for falcons and for eagles, we're exceeding their nesting success levels. We're about the same in terms of their productivity levels for both golden eagles and prairie falcons. And this was an NCA, a National Conservation Area that was dedicated for raptor habitat protection. So if you can kind of compare our linear 13 kilometers to their 250 kilometers, we're doing a pretty good job of managing raptor habitat. And just as an aside, Boulder County Parks and Open Space, a little bit of old data here, but nonetheless kind of paints the picture of their raptor habitat, largely more eagle habitat. Their parks are more like large buttes instead of the Flatiron Formation, which produces higher cliffs and more falcon habitat. So jumping into peregrines, in 1999 they were delisted from the Endangered Species Act, and because of that, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service set a delisting target where they would review if their data fell below these thresholds. And so you see territory occupancy, nesting success, and productivity. And then I just listed the Rocky Mountain region, the continental U.S., and then just some Colorado data. But when we look at our data since the peregrines returned in '91, we not only double the productivity of what was set in the delisting target, but we exceed all of the other metrics that were both Rocky Mountain region, Colorado, and the continental U.S. So just to wrap it up, I mean, what does all this mean? So I think what this means to me anyway is that we're not only doing a good job protecting cliff nesting raptor habitat, but we're also doing a good job protecting their foraging habitat where they can find food and experience a high rate of nesting success and productivity, and provide habitat for nesting burrowing owls, which I didn't provide data on, but I do have if you have any questions. All simultaneously while providing high-class recreational opportunities. So in short, we're doing a great job. The past 4 years have been a bit of an anomaly. Raptor populations ebb and flow just based on weather, stochastic events, as well as availability of prey. So pivoting to leopard frogs then.
Will, can I
sure.
ask you a quick question just to clarify what you just said? And that is the foraging area. Can you go back to that first slide with the dots on it? And describe the range, how far the foraging occurs?
The nest sites. And so,
from the nest sites.
Yes, those are nest sites. So eagles have a much larger home range than falcons. But I think what we found, at least in our observation, is that they're linear instead of circular, because what they do need is a nesting area as well as a foraging area. So what you'll see is a peregrine falcon having a larger nesting territory than a prairie falcon, but they have their perch spots that they defend north-south, but they're very small, they're very close together, and they have more of an east-west linear function to them to allow themselves, I think, in theory, to have not only foraging habitat as part of their home range, but also nesting habitat.
And do you have a sense of how far east they go?
We've seen them as far east as Marshall Mesa.
Thanks.
So on to leopard frogs. I don't know if you've seen leopard frogs in the wild before, so I wanted to at least give you a couple of diagnostics to identify them. We've seen them come in two colors, both gray on the left and kind of an emerald green on the right. They have this yellow, what's called a dorsolateral fold coming over their back, and these kind of oatmeal-sized spots on all over their bodies. So they're pretty easy to identify and distinguish between bullfrogs or other native frogs. A bit about their population status. The Fish and Wildlife Service determined that their populations are in severe decline in a 2011 publication. They're considered sensitive by the Forest Service, the BLM, all 9 western states. They've only found 2 extant populations in Oregon. The species, especially in the western U.S., is really declining. Even in Colorado, a researcher from CU, Pete Johnson, in 2011, he did a statewide check on historic sites where leopard frogs have been seen before, and only 2% in this northeast region still supported leopard frogs. Both the Fish and Wildlife Service and Dr. Johnson kind of attributed this to a variety of interacting factors: habitat loss, the effects of chytrid fungus, which you may know impacts ranid frogs worldwide and has caused a severe decline, the introduction of non-native species, bullfrogs, and predaceous fish, and then changes in the hydraulic regime that assist non-native species more than leopard frogs, and I'll get into that in a little bit. So our monitoring program began in 2006 with 40 wetlands surveyed and has grown to 3 times to 2018, where we now survey about 133 wetlands for amphibians with the goal of getting a better idea about the distribution and abundance of leopard frogs. Because what that does, we do this annually, and what that does is it drives our habitat restoration and management. And so our kind of limited effort takes a lot of staff effort to do some of this habitat restoration, and so we really want to focus our efforts where we've seen leopard frogs during that year.
So what does a leopard frog survey actually look like?
So we have transects around ponds and wetlands where we would walk at least 3 times a year. We would have a dip net kind of shaking the grass in front of us, so we would see a frog jumping into the water. It's easier to detect leopard frogs or distinguish between bullfrogs and leopard frogs because usually bullfrogs are bigger. They also make a chirp when they jump into the water, so there's a couple of diagnostics that you could tell if they were leopard frogs or bullfrogs.
Are we trying to control bullfrogs?
Yes, I'm getting to that one. That's a good segue. So some of the habitat restoration techniques is non-native vegetation removal, and I have a couple of photos of that with the replanting of native veg. Fencing to use cattle on a prescription basis. Removal of predaceous fish like bass and bluegill that would consume tadpoles and egg masses. And then bullfrog management at some select sites because, again, the amount of effort that it takes to eradicate bullfrogs is pretty substantial. So just a couple of... What should I do?
Oh, there you go.
Okay, there you go. So just a couple of case studies on our vegetation management facet for improving leopard frog habitat. This is a pond called Springbrook North near the Fowler Trail. It was totally inundated and covered in cattails to the point where you could see 2 of the veg management technicians standing on the mat of cattails. And so what we did here was we devised a plan to get rid of the cattails, and they were sometimes 18 inches thick in spots. And so we brought in an excavator to lift the cattail mat out of the pond. So this was done because it was between two leopard frog breeding sites, and we wanted to kind of connect the dots a little bit. So between South Boulder Creek and Lindsay Pond, this was kind of situated really well. So after this, we hung a sign, please excuse our tracks, because it was a natural area and it was going to take a little bit of time for those the excavator tracks to heal up, and it was visible from the follow trail. But this is what the pond looks like afterwards. All the cattails are out, the mat is out, so it's open water. The next year, you can't see, can you see him?
Yep.
The next year, we have an adult leopard frog in your right and a subadult lower left. He's kind of covered in mud. And then the year after that, we had a leopard frog egg mass. And so you'll see the egg mass in the middle of the screen. They really like that low emergent vegetation, which is why we target cattails, because they don't like that tall structure. It covers it doesn't provide enough sunlight to the egg masses. Another example, this is Wanaka Spring Pond near the Wind Tech Center up on Highway 128. This was before, again, choked with cattails. Then we did an all-staff workday where we used underwater weed whips to take the cattails out, chop them underwater. And if the water inundates the cattail stalks, the chopped cattail stalks for a certain amount of time, they drowned effectively. And this is one way where we can kind of get rid of some of that cattail. You'll see the underwater weed whips here, and then we have to rake all of the cattails out because of dissolved oxygen concerns with the leftover vegetation. So a lot of work, but if you have 6 or 7 people in a small enough pond, it works. You can't see
You
this
meant
very...
all staff, all wildlife staff?
No, this was trails staff and resource staff. It's an all-staff workday, which we're pretty jazzed about.
How many hundreds?
How many hundreds?
Of people?
Well, what are we up to, 120 staff?
Yeah, in those days, there's various options that you could go out and assist with, and so you could have 8 options, go out with forestry technicians, go out with Will and do a project, and one day to kind of live the life of somebody else on the staff kind of thing.
Yeah. So after we did this, amazingly, we had 5 egg masses the next year, leopard frog egg masses, and you can't see them maybe in the green, or I can't see them very well, but here's a close-up of them in red. And again, just kind of feeding off of that low stature stuff that they prefer instead of that thatch cattail. So the veg management stuff has really been very encouraging. It's almost like if you put the effort into it in the right places, the leopard frogs will come back.
And you think they were there in that area before you did the veg management?
We think so.
Or did they come from someplace else?
I think they came from somewhere else in the Springbrook area because it was just a cattail mat and there was no open water. This Wanaka Spring Pond had been kind of closing in for the past 10 years. We did detect them there in 2006, but slowly those cattails come back, so. Just to get to the bullfrogs a little bit, non-native to the western U.S., introduced here in the earliest 20th century. They're considered a game species by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. You can take them with a fishing license. You can take them with a gig. None of that seems to really work that well, so I'll get into a couple of things that we use. But the land use changes caused by humans favor the bullfrog cycle. They need permanent water to complete their metamorphosis because they have to overwinter as tadpoles. But they're really competitive, not only directly with predation. They've been known to eat up to 45 different species, including leopard frogs and Preble's meadow jumping mouse. But they also compete with leopard frogs indirectly by competing for aquatic resources. So you'll see the one to the left has a crawdad, and to the right, I think that's a baby duck.
Ooh, wow.
Some other things, not only are they voracious feeders, but they're voracious breeders. They lay up to 47,000 eggs, and they hatch in 3 to 5 days. So if you miss a breeding event, you're set back for years. And they're highly adaptable. They're in golf courses. They have a high tolerance to aquatic pollutants, and they're actually resistant to chytrid fungus, which they're still trying to figure out with skin swabs and that sort of thing. So in terms of a couple case studies for managing bullfrogs, this is a bluestem connector pond located west of the bluestem connector trail. We missed a bullfrog breeding event in 2017, and what we did was erect a silt fence around it in September to keep the young of the year from dispersing. And so we kind of had them trapped, so to say. And what we did was pump the pond with a 3-inch trash pump in November of 2017 with 3 technicians on site to collect the adult bullfrogs and the larvae. And so this is what it looked like afterwards. And the goal in November was to get it at a low enough level where they would freeze. And so you're trying to kind of eliminate that aquatic habitat for the tadpoles to overwinter. So it took about 15 hours of pumping, and we removed about 150 bullfrog adults and over 400 bullfrog larvae. We did find a lot of tiger salamanders in here, and we relocated them to other Shanahan ponds. So that was the benefit of having the technicians kind of on site. And again, and then leopard frogs were there the next year. It's pretty amazing if you kind of put your effort into it, what the leopard frogs will react to. So we do have other methods to remove bullfrogs. We have gone out at night with nets. We've gone out at night with seines to kind of remove, but none of it seems to work really well. Bullfrogs, if you do shine them with a light, they're kind of deer in the headlights, so there is opportunities if they are close by to get them with a net. On rare occasions, we've obtained a permit from CPW to take them with a pellet gun, and we found that to actually be the most helpful for those frogs that are in the middle of the water and we can't get to them, because once we start making that ripple effect, they go down in the water and you can't get them. So just 2 quick ones. Dunn-2 Pond in 2015, we removed 7 adult bullfrogs. There's a leopard frog egg mass there. 2016, we only had to remove 2, and then the past 3 years, there haven't been any bullfrogs there, and it continues to be a leopard frog breeding site. So the amount of effort is not substantial, but considerable to begin with, and then you could really see it decrease. Another example, 11 adult bullfrogs removed at Church East in 2015. It decreased in 2016, and then again, the last 3 years, we haven't seen any bullfrogs there, and it continues to be a leopard frog breeding site. So here's some leopard frog occupancy and breeding data to just kind of chew on for a little bit. And let me just highlight that Boulder County Parks and Open Space hasn't seen any leopard frogs on their properties in 5 years. And so this really represents all of the leopard frogs that have been seen on public lands in Boulder County in the past 10 or 12 years. So this is coming from 2006 through this year. This year's not done, obviously. We still survey into September. The blue columns are presence, so how many sites have we seen leopard frogs at? And I think the highest is about 36 or 38. And so that's really good. Especially in talking with some of our Front Range partners, they don't have that kind of site presence. In the red is the number of breeding sites, and you can kind of correlate when we started our habitat restoration in 2012. You can kind of see an uptick of the number of breeding sites up to 13 last year and 11 this year. So we think we're doing a great job in terms of protecting the habitat for northern leopard frogs. And again, I can't stress enough, to have similar habitat on the Boulder County Parks and Open Space side of the fence, what they call the southeast buffer, and our Mayhofer and Mesa Santa Gravel and those kind of southern grasslands, to not have leopard frogs in those ponds, but we have leopard frogs in ours, I think kind of is an attest to the amount of effort that we're putting into it and the amount of staff surveys that we're conducting. So our next steps, just to wrap up, so we're going to continue monitoring populations annually because, again, this drives our habitat restoration. We're going to continue our multifaceted habitat restoration at between 4 and 8 sites. And we do have a lot of help on that, and I'll get to that in a minute. But we have developed this Front Range Bullfrog Control and Leopard Frog Working Group with Jefferson County Open Space, Boulder County Parks and Open Space, CPW, Front Range Natural Area, Adapted Environmental Services, which is a consultant, and us as OS&P. So we're beginning to get on the same page in terms of what we're all doing along the Front Range to improve habitat for conditions for leopard frogs and get a grasp on what the best method is for eradicating bullfrogs from certain locations. So I wanted to thank everybody involved. It does take a village to do this stuff. Veg management, restoration, rangers with the signage for the raptors. We've enlisted some of the trails folks and the forestry folks to help us with those underwater weed whips and, using the mini excavator to actually take all that thatch out. The Ready to Work folks, and obviously all the volunteers that help with the raptor program. And I don't know if you can see this, but this is on the Erdo property, and there's 15 people in that picture helping out. So that method would be 5 people on an underwater weed whip, 6 people on rakes, moving a flotilla to the shore, mini excavator to a dump out to Western disposal. So, and Western takes it for free, which is nice. So with that, I know that was a lot of info, but I wanted to kind of squeeze it all in. I'll take any questions you have.
Thanks, Will. On the leopard frogs and habitat, are there any plans at the Mesa Reservoir? I was out there, a couple days ago, and although there's some open water, an astonishing amount of that reservoir is now cattails. I don't know if it's the largest cattail concentration I've seen in the system, but it's enormous. It's a large chunk of what's actually a pretty good-sized body of water.
Yeah, so largely the leopard frogs are in the southern half of the system in the more kind of natural landscapes. Okay. Not to say that Boulder Valley Farm isn't natural, but they kind of like that kind of certain tall grass component, as well as the kind of springs and the ponds that are in the kind of more natural areas. But in terms of the cattail management, it takes so much work to get some of that cattail out of there, even in these small ponded areas, that Mesa Res, although would be a great kind of test case to introduce leopard frogs to, and we work with CPW to actually move tadpoles around to see if they proliferate in those new areas. It just would take so much time to actually get those cattails out of there for the amount of effort. It just seems there's more bang for our buck on the projects that are kind of closer to extent leopard frog populations.
Okay, thanks.
But it's a great stopover site for waterfowl, so you kind of have to balance.
There are a lot of bullfrogs.
There are a lot of bullfrogs.
But so how do adult leopard frogs must be moving across the landscape to repopulate some of these? How do they do that?
Yeah, so they're highly terrestrial. And I think that's why the Western population is so different from the Eastern population. That was the petition decision not to list the Western population as a distinct population segment when the feds actually admitted that the Western population is in severe decline. Because they're so terrestrial, they'll breed and then they'll go upland to forage. And what we found when we worked with a CU researcher in, I think it was 2013, 2014, 2011, it was pre-flood, we put radio transmitters on adult leopard frogs and followed them around. And one adult moved from Flatirons Vista to Bill Hogan's Pond. And so that would have been, I think that's 2 kilometers in 3 days with no rain event. So, I mean, that's a pretty...
At what time of year?
I was in September, October.
Wow.
Dry time. So they move around pretty easily around this type of landscape.
Will, you mentioned with the cattails, you'll have to revisit in a few years. I'm just wondering, in terms of ongoing maintenance, to keep the progress you made, how long until you need to go back, you think?
We usually try to hit it every year, because if we don't, we kind of lose that cattail situation and they start growing back. And if you can get it right, and we only do it in the fall because that's when the leopard frogs would disperse from their natal area. So we don't want to be doing anything in the spring where we could disrupt egg masses or tadpoles. So we kind of have to time it right where you have enough water to get those underwater weed whips in those cattails, as well as kind of get enough staff effort in a certain couple weeks in the fall. So we usually have to do it annually just to keep up on it, but we're seeing, again, just like the bullfrog stuff, we're seeing a lot less effort needed at each site. And so whereas it usually took a day or 2 days, now it only takes 2 hours.
Great.
I've just got to ask about the bullfrogs. With that many bullfrogs, What do you do with them?
So originally, that's a great question. So what we do with them is when we capture them, we put them in a 2-stage refrigeration. They go into torpor, then we freeze them. And so we've understood that is a humane way to dispose of them. There's new research out that Oragel works the same way for some reason. There's also it's not a chemical, but there's MS-22. So we're still exploring different ways to dispose of them, but we've just now learned that St. Vrain Valley School is interested in them for dissection, because I guess they cost $35 a frog from Ward Scientific Center, so they were very interested in getting not only adult frogs, but also tadpoles in different metamorphosis stages.
And is there any potential in the restaurant industry?
You know, we thought about that, Karen, but then we had to get a USDA license to provide them even for free, so we couldn't do that. But we did ask.
Will, one question? I saw Christian Nunes in the kitchen, and he said he's got some results back from burrowing owls. Do you happen to know those figures off the top of your head?
Absolutely. I can. I made that slide after this one, maybe.
This is a setup.
No setup. Curiosity.
Yes.
Happen to have the slide.
The director needs to know what's going on.
Yeah, so this was, we've been tracking our burrowing owl, not only breeding attempts, number of egg-laying pairs, but also the number of fledglings. And so what you'll see here is just back from 2008 when we actually started it with the grassland plan to see where these burrowing owls are. And interestingly enough, this year was one of our banner years, not only for nesting attempts, but for also number of fledglings. And again, interesting, just talking to Sue Cass in the Gun Barrel Hill conversation, she manages the Boulder County Parks and Open Space program, and they don't have any nesting pairs. So there's something going on with OSMP. The past 2 years have been really good for burrowing owls. You can kind of see it leveling out there with the number of fledglings and the number of nesting attempts kind of being static and then really increasing. And we don't know why that is. Either they're coming from the southwest because of climate differences and climate change and it's hotter down there, or there's more bugs up here with the last year and this year's moisture. So. And
arrival time of burrowing owls versus the falcons?
Yeah, so prairies will show up in February, peregrines will show up in March, and the owls will show up in April.
Does any of that change the data that you provided at the Gun Barrel Hill in your presentation? I thought you said 6 out of 11.
Yeah.
Probably nests were in that region, but I could have the number wrong.
Yeah, it was 5 out of 11 in that Jaffe Lynch, so north of Lookout Road as well as south of Lookout Road in the Gun Barrel Hill planning project. So I guess I kind of combined that whole large prairie dog complex and didn't separate it between the road. Okay. In terms of south of Lookout Road, we had 2 nesting pairs there this year.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Will.
Great stuff.
Yeah, thanks very much, Will. This is a nice respite from a lot of the other stuff that we need to do.
Can you come back next month?
Yeah, on September 11th, can you come back?
All right, we're going to go on to matters from the department, item B, and that's to provide you with an update on where we're at and what we're thinking for the public process for evaluating prairie dog management strategies and tools. And with that, we'll invite Mark Gershman up, who's getting plugged in and set up.
Learning how to use plugs and not realizing that you can't plug a regular plug into USB ports, apparently.
Always.
Times are changing.
I know, right? Okay.
Can we just make the motion and be done with this? It's just straightforward, right?
This is prairie dog process.
Yep. Great.
This is prairie dog. I thought we
thanks
were
very
on
much.
this end anchors thing.
Nope. Mark Gershman, Planning and Design Supervisor and Project Manager for this project. And I'm here on behalf of a larger staff team responding to the board and council's direction regarding an expedited process to respond to problems associated with prairie dog or high levels of prairie dogs in irrigated lands on open space agricultural operations north of J Road. The other members of the team are John Potter, Heather Swanson, Andy Pelster, and Allison Eklund. And I'd also like to acknowledge that both Dave Kuntz and Karen Holwig of the board have been serving as OSBT liaisons and advising staff on the process, and we've really appreciated their time on this. I'd just like to start with a quick recap of the issue and direction provided by City Council back in May. This direction is based in part on OSBT's recommendation to the council, and so I'm not going to read through it there, but fundamentally it's just an outline of some of the major elements of the situation with high levels of prairie dogs, concerns about agriculture and soil degradation and loss, and a recognition that addressing these problems by non-lethal means alone won't result in us getting where we need to in a time or at levels of expense that the council found acceptable. So the direction that we got was to undertake an expedited public process to look at a number of things associated with agricultural uses, and then the factors affecting ecological health, including soil health, what are healthy agricultural uses and wildlife, and then whatever other conditions are relevant. And there was even some specific recommendation of the kinds of things that we should consider, and this was considerably broadened from just lethal control, but key lining, soil amendments, and other tools to help restore or improve soil health and conditions in agricultural lands, and any other measures that staff would come up with. About a month later, we came to the board with a recommended process that we had some comments, but general support for, and we've been developing this approach since then. This is kind of a look at what we recommended on June 12th, and we did get some feedback, and we'll take another look at this because I just want to be transparent. In spending some time working through this and paying attention to the board's comments and comments that we received during the public participation back just in June, we've made some modifications. I just wanted to go over a little bit about the approach that we're proposing to take, and I'll show you a timeline and a little bit more information about this first engagement window, but we're planning 3 engagement windows, the first of which has the goal of developing a shared understanding of the situation. Some of that was established clearly in the motion or the preamble to the motion that council made, and that was supported by information from the board. But to get that out there and make sure that the shared understanding is complete and that it's describing our current situation, and then collect some initial ideas from the community about how we might go about improving that situation. The approach that we're proposing to take is informational panel, so this is kind of in that informed level of community engagement. And the percentages here are just a reflection of, we heard pretty loudly that we want to make sure that we're not dominating the conversation, that there's plenty of opportunity for dialogue. So we feel that there's some information that we really do need to communicate. We want to bring in, as I'll talk about in a second, some outside experts. But we want to have some question and response opportunities to make sure that we really are getting the situation fully described, and we've got all the elements of that. And we want to have some opportunities for folks to provide open-ended ideas of the strategies that they would recommend we take to improve the situation and to accomplish the objectives that council has set for us.
Mark, are you going to say a little bit more about what the interactive informational panel?
Yeah, I will.
Great.
I will
Okay,
break
thanks.
down a little bit more on engagement window on. Thanks, Kurt. And then we'll have an online, corresponding online piece of this. We're hoping to be able to develop or to record it through a video recording, put that online, and then have a corresponding online form for input so that folks who couldn't make the meeting will be able to engage as well. The second engagement window will be primarily to gather feedback once we've put out a set of draft recommendations about how to improve the situation and how to address the charge and direction that council gave us. And that will allow folks to post their responses using the Be Heard Boulder format. This is the city's online engagement tool that we will be our first use of with this project, so we're pretty excited about that. It wasn't quite ready to go online when we started the master plan, so we didn't use it for that, but we'll be using it here. We're also looking to have an open space Boards of Trustees study session to discuss the feedback that we get from our preliminary recommendations and the best way to advance those into a package, a set of final recommendations that we would return to the board in the third session. We also had some conversation with Dave and Karen and came up with the idea, I think Allison suggested this or maybe others, that we have drop-in sessions to help people unfamiliar, uncomfortable with the online engagement tools. Not necessarily, it's not you all come and have a big administrative hearing or workshop, but rather just to make sure that we can facilitate input from folks who are unfamiliar with this tool. It'll be the first time a lot of the community we engage in may be doing this, and we have agricultural lessees who are going to be interested. They may be busy with some of their agricultural tasks, and learning a new system might be more than we can reasonably expect. So we want to make that opportunity available to all. The third engagement window would be direct community feedback to the board and potentially to City Council if they elect to have a public hearing on this matter. And they feel that's necessary, and that would provide not only the opportunity for the community to provide that feedback directly in a public hearing format, but also allow staff to gather the feedback subsequently from the board and potentially council to see if there are additional modifications to the recommendations that we prepare for consideration. And so that approach is the public hearing with the board and potentially with council. So the timeline for all of this, and hopefully this is legible to you from where you stand. It may be easier to look below the big blue bar in the middle first. That reflects kind of the timing of these three engagement windows. The first one would kick off with that community meeting, that informational session on October 23rd, and run about 3 weeks after that to give people the opportunity who couldn't attend the meeting to view the video recording and provide some input. The second engagement window would pick up in the new year when we, early in the new year, we'll post our recommendations, and Be Heard Boulder will be available for people to provide their responses about what they think about our ideas and how they might change or improve those. And also that's where we'd have those informal drop-in sessions to help people. The third engagement window would start February 26th when we put out the final recommendations, and that would be followed with board and council review. And I'm sorry, I left out the study session, the board study session. We're looking at holding that at the February meeting in the second engagement window. The green stars are proposed check-ins with the Open Space Board. The first one showing up here is tonight on August 14th. Then updates in November, a study session in February, and a public hearing in March. The red items are kind of milestones for direct community engagement or asks of the community with a meeting, the community meeting in October, participation and response to the draft recommendations in January, and then the public hearing with the board in March and potentially with council in April. And council is shown in the blue stars. We would, before we kicked off any community participation, want to give a heads up through some formal IP or an informal heads up or something to council. Haven't quite figured out exactly how they want that to come to them, but we'll follow up with that. The only thing different on this, which is a little more crowded, is we will continue to be working with Dave and Karen, and there's other opportunities. These lighter green stars are meant to indicate optional updates with the Open Space Board if there are opportune moments to come in and say, hey, we may need to make a change of course, or we got a lot of comment about this. We'd like to update you about that, or even request some feedback from the board at that point. So that's generally the timeline of this. And one thing that you might notice is that rather than returning to the board in May, as we had originally intended to do, based on the feedback we heard from board members, from some of our open space neighbors and some of our open space agricultural lessees. We're really trying to make an effort to expedite the expedited process and take advantage of this and return to the board a little sooner with some recommendations, and that taking 2 months off this 11-month process. To do that, we also felt that we could go from an involved level of public engagement as sort of the commitment to more of an informed consult level. We didn't feel like this would represent any significant reduction in our dependence or ways to get feedback from people or the ability of the community members to provide feedback. We felt we could also leverage some of the work that we did through the highly collaborative process with the Prairie Dog Working Group that recently wrapped up. So that's something we really want to be transparent about, make it clear that we're trying to expedite it. That comes at, I won't call it a cost, because I really don't think that it'll significantly reduce the quality of the public engagement, but it changes kind of the way that we'll engage with the community. And then in response to what Kurt brought up, sort of the approach for the first engagement window is to build a shared understanding of the situation and share ideas about potential ways to improve. So what we were hoping to do is have open space staff provide, so Heather and Andy and other open space staff provide some information about how we go about our work conserving grassland health. And because we think that ultimately that's probably one of the most significant things that we can do. And that's a big picture approach, integrating prairie dogs, soil health, agriculture, all on the lands. Talk a little bit about how we do that, and then also provide information specific to the area about this is what the distribution of prairie dogs looks like. This is what the distribution of our agricultural operations looks like. Here's where the irrigated agriculture fits into that. You can see we have other places where there's agriculture, where there are fewer prairie dogs or maybe no prairie dogs. We have other areas of prairie dogs that are being conserved that don't overlap with these irrigated agricultural fields, to give people kind of a broader perspective. And the idea would be to have outside experts on a number of topics. Right now, the topics that we're thinking most about is just to give the community an opportunity to hear from others and ask questions of people with expertise in soil formation, soil health, and soil conservation. Could be the same person, of course. It could be a staff person, as well as the role that irrigated lands play in agricultural viability, or the viability of agricultural operations in the Boulder Valley, just so folks can have some of the situation, finally described and have questions answered. Another part of the meeting would be to say, okay, this is the key elements of the situation as we see it. Are there other elements? And we may hear from community members about some other things that they think ought to be figured in as well. And then kind of the question for the public engagement about this, we'd share some of the general ideas or categories of ideas that we're thinking about, because we've been doing stuff already, about what actions we could take to support viable agricultural uses and stop soil loss and sustainably manage prairie dogs. So that's, those are kind of the kind of ideas going into the first engagement window in October. And if you have any questions, take them now.
Have you developed the detail on the outreach plan of how to let the public know, particularly in advance of the October 23rd meeting, the various means by which you'd inform the public of what the plan is and what the scheduled events are?
Yeah, so we'll work closely with Phil Yates, and Phil's here, on a communications plan. So in addition to having information on our website, we'd be using social media, emails, potentially media releases or press releases to share this information. We've identified some particular populations that we want to make sure that we reach out to, some of which I've mentioned, some of our neighbors, our agricultural lessees, the members of the Prairie Dog Working Group, and the folks who are interested in following the activities of the Prairie Dog Working Group would probably receive a higher level of notification because we know about them and their interests. Potentially people with chemical sensitivities if we're considering the use of lethal controls or other management techniques, for example, for flea control, for plague, things like that.
Okay, thanks.
but a pretty wide scope of notification, maybe even trailhead notification signs. We found those to be very useful in the recent trail study area plans and the master planning process.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, I just had a comment. I like this. I express my gratitude for your finding 2 months to eliminate. I know I was one person who made that suggestion, and I'm glad you were able to find a way to trim this down.
You can thank John, too. He's been cracking the whip a little bit for us, so we appreciate that.
I like everything I see here, but I don't underestimate the difficulty of the things you're going to try to do here. I do think we can't overemphasize the importance of establishing what the objectives are, what the problem is, because that's going to be hard in this community. You had up here a thing about supporting viable agriculture. There are folks involved in this whole debate that think that shouldn't be a goal for open space. So that's going to be challenging. Is it one of our goals to reduce the overflow of prairie dogs onto neighbors' lands? Some people worry a lot about that. Some people don't worry about that. So the process by which you set out what your definition of the problem, what your objectives, measures of success are, I think is really critical. Obviously, you do too. But I think it will be challenging. And I know I would love to hear when you're done with that part, just to see where you end up, because I do think it's a big step forward in this whole process.
Well, that might be a really good thing. It may be better for us to come in December rather than November, because November will be pretty close to the heels of our initial community meeting where we're trying to build out that shared understanding. But we've got 19 days, almost 3 weeks between that. So if it didn't require necessarily a written packet item, we might be able to come with an update and share that information then. Well, certainly the idea of coming with these updates.
Yeah. And I would add that just always be on the lookout for what starts to feel like mission creep here, that to get this done on that time frame, even with just the core issues of, some of the specific lethal control issues, is substantial. I know you want to, and with council's direction, to look at this more holistically in a broader context of soil health, and that seems right. But there's a point at which, this becomes the Ag Management Plan Volume 2, and you're like, whoa, we're taking on an awful lot awfully quickly, and just, I can't, on the fly sort of define exactly what those boundaries are. But I would certainly say when you start to feel like you're getting pushed beyond this to make it something bigger and broader, either certainly raise it with Karen and Dave, or if necessary with the full board, to say, do you really want to get into this? Because I think there will be a lot of pressures to make it, as people want to put in their favorite thing, and that's going to start to conflict with the goal of getting this done on your timeline.
And I think on the same note, I think you'll raise questions that you don't have to answer as your first priority. I think it's the issues you've described as the first priority. We may be testing measures to improve soil health for decades. You don't have to solve that this year.
Right. I think in a process like this, we are likely to have a parking lot of ideas that we recognize are up there. The grassland plan had a 10-year planning horizon. It was completed in 2010. We know that looking at that and perhaps looking at it modularly, we may be starting that actually right now with this project. That we may identify some of the next steps for that modular update for our grassland conservation efforts.
Great. Okay. Great. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
And thanks very much, Dave and Karen.
All right, anything else, Dan, from matters from the department?
That is it.
All right, then we're moving on to item 5, the non-exclusive revocable license for the guardrail extensions along 95th.
We're just very, very brief presentation from Bethany, and if there's any questions that you need before acting, Bethany would be here to answer that as well.
Good evening. Does everybody need to stretch or anything? You guys have been sitting for a while. There's not much more information I can provide than what's in the memo. It's a pretty simple and straightforward ask and project from Boulder County Transportation. It was, it's such a project that we didn't deem it necessary for a disposal of like a right-of-way interest or a permanent easement interest in our property. But I did want to provide you, in case you wanted kind of some pictures or some visuals to go along with it, if you can see such stuff on these screens. So what the ask is basically not even guardrails, but extensions of guardrails that are already in place and the anchors that go along with them. So this is on 2 of our properties, the Martinson and the Hannah Bixler properties out on 95th Street. It's part of the 95th Street widening and improvement project that Boulder County has been doing. You guys have probably been stuck in traffic out there at some point. So basically what they're doing, and I can stand up, I'll let Karen, and show you. So this is, in this picture, a liner cottonwood ditch. So this guardrail is in place, and part of their safety improvements, they're extending it onto, it goes out of their right-of-way onto our property. So these guardrails will actually replace with newer, prettier guardrails, but it'll be extended. So basically, if someone were to come in, this is our property, were to come in, it protects the ditch infrastructure. It further protects somebody from sliding into the ditch or things like that.
So does that road stay in the same place?
Yes, yes.
So the new guardrail is in the same location, just further to the
and
west.
I can show you, here's an aerial. It basically extends towards the garbage cans in this picture.
Yep.
But this also helps a little bit. So what you're seeing is this guardrail is already in place. Here's the edge of the right-of-way, so it extends it another several feet onto our property. And same thing goes for, this is the Martinson property. So that was the Hannah Bixler. This is the Martinson property. Same thing, kind of corner wrap around. They're extending the guardrails. This also shows what they're doing in that area. And so again, the document and the way we are doing it is by a non-exclusive revocable license agreement. If for any reason we need to use that area or deem that it's no longer appropriate, we can remove it ourselves. We can request that they remove the encroachment. So it's a pretty simple and straightforward agreement that you guys have seen the draft of that's attached to the memo. And Leah and Erica have the staff recommendation. And the reason this is coming in front of you is, of course, because Section 175 of the charter says that the board will make recommendations in the granting of permits or licenses.
So any questions? Has anyone signed up for? Okay. So then we'll both open and close public comment on this one. There are questions or comments? I'll actually make a quick comment. That is, it is important that this is a non-exclusive revocable license, at least in my view. Were it otherwise, were it a permanent exclusive license, even though it's not a large piece of property, it would still, in my opinion, be a disposal under 177 because it's being provided to Boulder County, not to open space. And at least in my judgment, we can handle this through this non-disposal means in large part because of that feature.
Interesting.
So I think it also serves it also serves an open space purpose, and it's small, but it does make our lands, marginally safer. That's one reason you put guardrails, isn't just to safeguard the people who are engaged in transportation. It also benefits, our land to, have cars crashing onto our land. People who might be there.
I had a quick question. I saw in the photograph what appeared to be a red fence. Does this proposal involve any demolition of pre-existing fence?
No. They will not be, They are, actually, Excel is realigning some of their power poles, but they are not anticipating having to move our fence lines at all.
All right, so unless someone else has a question or comment, fire away.
I'll move that the board recommend, the Open Space Board of Trustees to recommend granting a non-exclusive revocable license to Boulder County for guardrail anchors to be placed on the Hannah Bixler and Martinson open space properties as part of the North 95th Street reconstruction project.
And it needs to be revised from the first time we got the motion. Guardrail extensions and end anchors.
Oh.
We added 2 words.
Sorry?
Because there was an error in the first version that
The motion as amended.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Bethany.
Hal, I promise the decisions get bigger than this.
Yeah, is this the smallest?
We're just warming up.
warming up.
All right, now, the budget is the next item.
All right, and
Getting into big stuff.
when we speak money, we invite Lauren Kilcoyne, our Essential Services Manager, to come down, along with Cole Moffett, our budget analyst, to work us through our second and final touch with the 2020 operating budget.
We made it. 5 of 5 on the budget. So I'm Lauren Kilcoyne, Central Services Manager,
Cole Moffett, Budget Analyst.
here for the final budget presentation of the year for the 2020 budget. So you can see it's been a long and winding road to date, and where the yellow is highlighted now. We had our first 3 meetings on the CIP, which was unanimously recommended by you all in June. To Dan's point, first touch on the operating budget last month, and tonight we'll have a public hearing, discussion, and recommendation. The presentation for tonight is pretty short and sweet. We really just want to focus on the refinement since the July business meeting, reiterate the budget reductions and the one budget request that we have for 2020, and give time for any questions.
Thanks. So as Lauren mentioned, just a few things have changed since we presented last month. The first being open space staff were asked to include the 2 general fund positions, soil health and prairie dog, on our department detail page, which you have in your attachments. This doesn't really change anything. The positions are still funded from the general fund. They just asked us to show it on our detail page. The second being the living wage adjustment. Council started in June a discussion to raise the living wage from $15.67 to $17.42. And it hasn't been approved yet, but by all means, we think that it has a likely chance of passing when the operating budget passes City Council later this year. So in your attachments, the fund financial detail page, we have already accounted for this, and we think with the temporary staff, and then we also are on the hook for any consulting services that deal with landscaping, custodial, and EMS. And we project that to be between $50,000 and $60,000, which is reflected in the budget you have before you. And lastly, open space staff was asked to reclass 2 of the previously approved CIP projects that we presented to you, being equity and access and youth family educational opportunities. And that's mainly because they were $10,000 each, and they did not necessarily meet the criteria that the city developed for capital planning projects. So again, nothing has really changed there. Those projects are still fully funded. They will just live on the operating side instead of the capital. And so that is what has changed in the past month. And now we're just going to take a quick overview, a refresher of what the operating budget is before we get to the vote and questions. So previously, you guys approved the top 2 yellow and thin blue slice, the CIP, and the rest is all of operating. You can see that the service area operating budgets is largely responsible for the most of that. When you break that down even further, you can see that our 3, I'd say, core service delivery areas, trails and facilities, resource and stewardship, and community connections and partnerships all take about an equal slice of that, and the rest being support groups and debt and cost allocation. Just a refresher, from 19 to this CIP, we decreased 1.4 million, which was a piggyback of a decrease of about $5 million from 18 to 19, so continuing that trend. And then we were also able, or the way it was structured previously is a 2006 bond was paid off in 19 to coordinate with the sunset of sales tax. So just $2 million came off the books in there. And then just a general reminder, the prairie dog management and soil health, what has happened these past few months with 2 positions coming from the general fund. We have matched that ask $200,000 in the open space fund as well to support that. And then $459 in the 2020 CIP for those positions. And then we've also extended a wildlife ecologist for 3 years, but not including a new FTE. So that's just kind of the things that have changed / just big ticket items, just to keep your memory fresh. You guys have any questions on the operating budget?
Can you go back just one slide?
Certainly.
Is the fixed-term wildlife ecologist the same as the prairie dog managing person?
No.
Or different?
Going back on that fixed-term wildlife ecologist, that was originally created as a non-FEMA flood recovery community development block grant position. That was funded by that HUD grant for 18 months. After that was over, we extended that position for 2 years to continue to do other wildlife work to free up Heather to take on the prairie dog working group. So now what we're saying is we would extend that position for 3 years to continue along the same lines that's been operating the last couple of years. Additional to that, we'll have the 2 general funded positions, one focused on prairie dog management and the other on soil health.
Again, the wildlife ecologist is to free up and support Heather as we are needing more investment over time over the next few years with accelerated prairie dog management issues and the public process, and so felt we needed to backfill some of that work.
So there is a person in that position currently?
Correct.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Other questions?
What about cost allocation?
I knew it would come up. Yeah, and hopefully the responses, I know that Tom and Dave had sent questions in advance of the meeting, and Katie had put together responses, and I added some sort of open space context there. So if those weren't sufficient, or if there are follow-up questions, we're more than happy to address those. I think as this agenda started getting built out for tonight, and we knew what CU South would take and all of that, we decided to make that adjustment. But certainly available to answer additional questions. And we'll be updating the plan. That project will go out to RFP later this fall for a consultant, and then we'll start the update to the plan in the first quarter of next year. So I would expect when we start next year's budget process, we have more to talk about around cost allocation.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, sure.
Well, unless someone has some questions or comments, would this is also available for public? Okay, then we will open and close this for a public.
Someone wants to speak?
Oh, if you'd like to speak on the budget, this would be the time to do so. And you don't need to fill out a form, just please come on and speak.
Lynn Siegel, Boulder. I just want to say, when you're considering the overall financial obligations of open space mountain parks and the $40 million deficit, that you'd be well to not even go anywhere near offering OSO up for habitation at CU South. Don't even go there. Don't even get close to that, because I've watched that on 311 Mapleton, and I'm not going to see that happen again. Just saying. So when you're thinking of your monies, think of the long-term aspects of what's going on here and the protection of all these species in the, what's the name of it? They brought up like we have White Rocks and the Boulder
State natural area.
State natural area, right. We need to preserve that area, and we've already got a $40 million deficit. So just be sure you're being real careful about how you're letting funds go. And especially when council can reverse it, as they did with 311 Mapleton, and let the developer encroach onto open space other. Just saying.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. I think now we can close public comment on the budget and return for, unless someone else has questions or comments, return for a motion.
Can I have a quick little question? I notice on the use of funds in that center section of the budget, there's a decrease in the use of funds category from the previous version of this that we got.
Are you referring to the fund financial, Karen?
Yes, 2020 fund financial.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the year 2020 projected. Given the additions that you just explained, how do you get a reduction in that number?
Are you referring to the reduction from the 2019 uses to 2020 uses, or a specific line in the 2020?
2020, the previous version that we got, and this meeting's version.
I'm trying to recall, there's been a few changes that happened. One is that the HR team finalized our benefits package with our healthcare provider. And I believe that the modeling across our organization came in slightly lower than in the previous salary and benefit modeling. So it could have been there, and I'm trying to think about.
We also, one thing we didn't mention was finance asked us to reshuffle some things around. So we actually, when we would have decreased the open space CIP by 20,000 from the youth equity and the family, that would have gone to the operating side, which I guess would have, no, sorry. We got asked to switch something from the lottery funding. So we actually increased the lottery funding and reduced it from the open space. So still the CIP nets to the same thing, but what you're seeing is the open space fund financial, so it would have decreased 20,000 there.
When we got an increased revenue
To
assumption
lottery.
from the lottery fund.
Correct.
Okay.
And the lottery fund is not on this sheet.
Correct.
It's not in the open space fund. It's-
Yeah, okay,
And
thanks.
I'll confirm that those are the reductions. I know that, so the lottery fund has its own fund financial, as does the general fund. So those two general fund positions, they show up on the general fund financial, but our detail page, so an added layer. But we'll confirm that.
Just a brief one. On the cost allocation side, I read up on it, realized you have two sort of methodologies there. One I would describe as basically a bill back, and then the larger piece. And I just wanted to check, are utilities and engineering part of the bill back program?
It's a good question. Generally, so I think we've changed our methodology over time. So the most recent cost allocation plan really focuses on the internal service departments and the way that they're going to bill out. Just like we do, those departments have an opportunity to weigh in and have things charged through the cost allocation plan, but it's not typical. If we were doing work or collaborating with those departments on something, we would be more likely to handle it through a budget transfer or a direct bill pay. I don't recall off the top of my head, but I can confirm that.
Okay, I'd just like to raise a small flag if we do see utilities and engineering related costs in cost allocation going forward, that to be made aware of that.
Sure. Yeah, most of the work that we do around utilities and that would be through, we call them through budget guidelines. So we get projections from facilities and asset management and other departments, like what is our energy usage going to be for the coming year? What are we expected to do in repairs to our vehicles, replacements to our fleet? And we tend to handle those just directly through billing transactions, but I will look at that, and if there is anything, we can bring it up.
Okay. Does someone wish to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that the Open Space Board approve and recommend that City Council approve an appropriation of $52,295 in 2020 for open space and mountain parks operating budget from the Open Space Fund, as outlined in this memorandum and related attachments.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren and Cole.
Do you mind running the clicker for this next one?
Sure. I'm going to stick around with you for this next one.
All right, so that takes us to item 7, a possible statement from the board to city council on potential sales tax extension for the open space fund.
We put together about a 3 or 4 minute just presentation. As you know, at your last OSBT meeting, it was determined that you would like to weigh in with feedback or recommendation regarding the potential sales tax extension. So Lauren and I just put together some brief slides that you may find your discussion helpful. So we'll tag team here a little bit. So just to give you a little bit of overview of our 5-minute presentation, as we'll briefly discuss or describe Ordinance 8346 as it's being called and where that's at. It's actually gone through first reading. We'll then provide several slides and conversation points to give you a little bit of budget context in relationship to sales tax. We will describe in bullet point form just some impacts, positive impacts that we would see from additional sales tax revenue, and how in very high level general sense that could be applied. We'll also briefly describe the context that council is seeing this issue in view of overall citywide needs beyond open space needs, and some of the context in that. We can also just briefly describe next steps in this ordinance process, and then questions, and then obviously we have a public hearing on this, and then get to the board's deliberation and recommendation. So very briefly, Ordinance 8346 has actually gone on the consent agenda on the August 6th City Council under first reading. And under the first reading, there's actually 9 various options that are still part of the ordinance process. That is, we'll talk about this in next steps in just a bit, that will be likely winnowed down to one option after the August 20th second reading, which will be a public hearing. But 8 of the 9 various options would entail some additional sales tax if passed, and if approved through council and then passed on the ballot, of additional revenue coming to open space. There was a 9th option added at the first reading by council, and that is for a 1-year tax only extension of the sales tax to fund Long's Gardens. Under that would be the only scenario where no additional tax would be coming to open space. All the others are either a 0.1 or a 0.15 to open space, and either for a 10 or a 20-year time period. And this is just an overview of the various options that are still on the table.
You said this should be winnowed down to 1. Am I hearing that people might want to do an open space tax measure and a separate Long's Garden measure?
Well, it could be, and that's so. Yeah. Everything I'll preference is a likely path forward or a likely process. So all this, it's certainly up to council's discretion to how they want to.
Let me ask one more quick question. I understood that council members Young and Yates were proposing 0.15 for 1 year for the purchase of conservation easement for Long's Garden, and then the remainder of the years to go to open space. That's not what I think you have up there on that bullet, is that right?
No, and I did clarify that, and the clarification came back as a 1-year only 0.15 for Longs.
I thought that's what they were saying. Wow. That was it.
Okay.
Yep.
And no further.
Yeah, and I did specifically seek that clarification.
Thanks, because
And the Long's Gardens is not, that money is not going through the open space fund. We're just observing where the money goes, but that's.
There's been no council deliberations on that.
Yeah.
And just a reminder, at the September meeting, the staff will be providing you with an update, and possibly it will be a recommendation regarding the conservation easement and what, if any, part open space may have in the Long's Gardens conservation easement. So we felt, since our real estate staff has been working on the negotiations, that we need to update you on where that's at, and like for you to weigh in on your thoughts about whether or not there should be involvement from the open space perspective.
I'm a little surprised on the recently added option. I can't imagine that 15 basis points for 1 year happens to add up to the value of that acquisition. So it strikes me just as a strange addition. We're sure it was with no additional tax for open space.
0.15 is, that's $4 to $5 million.
5.2, 5.3.
Well, that would get you a conservation easement at Long's Garden. I mean, it's in the ballpark.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're still working through with the appraiser what those figures will look like, right?
Yeah. So we can go next slide. So,
yeah, none of this will be any surprise to you because we've been talking about it through the master plan process and the budget process. But just to reiterate sort of the overall picture and what we're looking at, and to be as clear as we can be about what no additional tax looks like, what 0.1, what 0.15 might look like on the ground. This is our current scenario. This is what we've kind of assumed would be happening until this ballot conversation started. So we know we have 0.33 reduced to 0.22. That added up to about $3.75 million per year, and that will again be reduced in 2030 to 0.1. We also had the 0.15% sales tax repurposed to transportation at about $5.3 million a year. So all in, we've been saying through the master plan process about a third, 30% of that revenue will be decreasing. So throughout the master plan, we've said 9 million or 10 million. 9 million is the sales tax, and 10 million would be if you added in the end of the general fund transfer, just to clarify. And none of this is news to you either. We have been preparing through multiple budget cycles for all of this to happen as best that we can. So paying down outstanding obligations, the end of the 06 and 07 bonds, as well as final payment on a number of BUMPA notes, maintaining strong fund balance. Normally, we would not keep as high of a fund balance as we have, but we made a decision several years ago that we wanted to make gradual shifts and soften the landing as much as we could. So we would use that fund balance over the next several years to get gradually back within annual revenues under that scenario, always looking at how we can be more efficient and streamline processes. We've expired about 9 vacant positions over the last several years. We also did a lot of cleanup to our practice around seasonal and temp employment with Affordable Care Act and Living Wage. So being really diligent about how we manage our staffing and our staffing resources. And then we've reduced our CIP. We know that we had a huge spike in CIP through those flood recovery years. We returned to flood recovery, pre-flood recovery, like a 4 to 5 million CIP in the current year, and we're reducing that again by another 1.4 million in 2020. So all of what I've been saying, all of the easy cuts have been made. So when we look at what would come next under a scenario where there's no funding or no extension of the sales tax dedicated to open space, this is what we're looking at. We know we have a gap of 2.3 million after all of those cuts between our revenues and expenditures in the out years, and that we were going to use that fund balance to gradually make adjustments. Now we've cut debt, we've cut CIP, we've cut the obvious things in our operating budget, so that does mean a likely reduction in force, and that could be a combination of how we manage our seasonal and temporary workforce, how many crews we hire in any given year, or through standard FTE, and we have been focusing and would like to continue, if at all possible, on using attrition as the way that we would manage that. We would continue to see CIPs similar to the 2020 CIP, where we're under $4 million a year, and that's, again, compared with over $9 million in 2018. We have these new fixed-term positions for 3 years funded by the general fund. Under this scenario, we may not be able to support those beyond the 3 years, and we're really looking at the constrained funding scenario from the master plan, and that really outlines how we would approach those tier 1 strategies, making progress where we can on other things in the plan. So we've gotten some questions. Well, this seems very different from the 2013 ballot discussion. What changed? And you have been very familiar with all of these things as they've happened. We know that we updated the 2005 visitation study. We saw a 34% increase in visits per year that has real impacts on our budget and our management of the system. We learned a lot about what things cost during flood recovery and escalation of the cost of concrete and all of the other inputs. We did a lot of different payroll and other modeling around flood recovery projects. So, you know, what does it cost to have a crew running a site for, you know, however many months? And we know we've done all of these assessments around trail condition, undesignated trails, facilities, and that work's not done. That's very present in the master plan that we want to spend the next several years further developing our understanding of cost.
And I would add, I don't think Cherryvale, that whole issue was on our radar in 2013. Maybe it should have been, but I think the assumption back then was that we would just be occupying the Cherryville location and
campus needs.
You know, and so obviously the actual rent that we're now paying for the hub, you know, it's not a trivial amount of money, would not have been on our radar screen then either.
Yeah, that's a great point.
You know.
Thank you. So what would a 0.1 and a 0.15 look like? What would we do with those additional dollars? So a 0.1, working with the finance department, we're talking about $3.5 million a year to the open space fund. And under that scenario, you're removing that gap between revenues and expenditures, which means you're able to sustain your current level of staffing and assume those two positions, the prairie dog management and soil health. We're able to assume those back from the general fund. We expect we would be able to increase the CIP by about $500,000 a year. And again, what we spend that money on would come out of that annual work planning process and progress reporting against the master plan, et cetera, accelerate implementation of tier 1 strategies. And where we would have been using that fund balance to soften the landing, now that fund balance is available to make some one-time strategic investments. We're not using it to pay for that gap between revenues and expenditures over the next several years. And under the 0.15 scenario, same thing, we're able to sustain our current staffing level, including those two general funded positions, increase the CIP by about $1 million per year. So you're back to your pre-flood average CIP, which is kind of in line with staff capacity, right? So what can a staff of our size accomplish in terms of capital spending in a year? We're able to accelerate implementation of tier 1, but also have some ability to increase investment in tier 2 and tier 3 strategies. That flexibility exists in the fund balance to make some different decisions. And potentially, should this be a high priority thing as we move forward, we have the ability to bond. We could actually pay for that debt service on an ongoing basis and tackle some resiliency efforts, some emergent needs, things that we know are going to come up in the next couple of years. So I just put that out there to be clear about where the funds would go. And obviously, in any given year, we're going to do work planning and look at highest priority projects. But this is, in general, how we're thinking we would divide those dollars out.
Just to wrap up, I just also want to make a very important point that from a council's lens and a council's perspective, they're looking at citywide needs. And they've had several master plans that have come before them in the past year. They have several more that are going to come next year. And so the context that they're working under is they fully realize through the engagement they're having with open space in our master plan of our needs, but they also have other citywide needs that they're looking at, and that will likely play out in their discussions coming up in the coming weeks. But just even for this board, I know we're wearing the open space hats here, but there's the citywide lens, and just to be cognizant of the fact that that's a view that the council will likely take as well. And with that, we'll just, the next step is August 20th. There'll be a second reading, which is scheduled as a public hearing on the ordinance. And again, it's like what one likely scenario would be is that one of the options would emerge. If that's what did happen and an option emerged out of the second reading, there would be a third reading on September 3rd. That would be likely under a consent agenda. If that moves out of consent on September 3rd, then it would move to the electorate on November 5th. So with that, we just open it up for any other questions you may have for us. But the general question to you is, does the board wish to provide council with a recommendation regarding the sales tax alternatives currently under consideration?
So this is set for a public hearing. Before we go to the public, are there any clarifying questions?
Yeah. All of that you presented to us, has that already gone to council? Do they already have all that information? Or?
Yes, we had some information in the July 23rd study session where we provided sort of overview and then what would a 0.1 and a 0.15 look like.
I would say that we attempted to take the highlights of a lot of written narrative and concise it down to these slides, boys.
Right.
Which is kind of helpful, isn't it?
I have one question back on how you would spend the 0.15 or 0.1. Why don't you stick with this one? I don't know whether this is from a council perspective or from a citizen perspective, but having gone through the whole master plan process, it seems to me we can more clearly communicate to the public and council where this money will go in terms of our top priorities, and more effectively say, if this is put on the ballot and voted for, then we will be able to, and you started to do that in one of the slides, maybe it's the one before this. Yeah, where you said we'll be able to continue the fixed-term positions for soil health and prairie dog management. And then I wanted to say, and pursue our top priorities of reducing trail maintenance backlog and preserving and restoring important habitat, the two top priorities. Because I think it's important for people to know where the money is going, what it's going to be doing. And to you, budget lady, this perfectly does that. But to the rest of us non-budget people in the world, it really doesn't until you start giving project information. And I don't think it's an overreach to say on the next slide for 0.15 that it would enable us to fund the prairie dog and soil resilience fixed-term positions and invest in reduction of the trail maintenance backlog and preserving and restoring important habitat as our top two and two most expensive priority areas. And so my question is, what do the rest of you on the board think, and do you see it as possible to honestly say that? Given
Both those are Tier 1 strategies, and so if we were to add additional language on this slide from a presentation standpoint, I think what you're saying is accelerate implementation of Tier 1 strategies, including trail maintenance, and but there are 10 Tier 1 strategies. And so, again, this was just a high-level look, and we did not call out any one of the particular 10.
And given the dollar figures in the master plan, I don't see with only 5.3 million us doing more than Tier 1 strategies. I don't see us having extra money for Tier 2 and 3 strategies with only 5.3 million.
Through our annual work planning and budget deliberations with you, we may arrive at that decision. That could be a possibility.
So I think we're probably starting to get into the actual construction of a motion.
And
before
you wanted to have the public hearing.
Yeah, this is set for public, no, it's fine.
Go ahead.
This is set for public hearing. Alan Delamere has signed up, so come on down.
Okay.
You know the drill.
So,
sorry.
Put this spreadsheet in front of you again. Hey, Dan, could you cross-check this and tell me what errors I've got in it? Perhaps you can deal with that offline sometime over the next week. In the guest opinion that was published today in the camera, which I sent you last week, in the middle of it, I say, based on the financial data, I was expecting OSBT to move various of the 37 strategies into the different 3-tier positions to alternative locations. Now, I was expecting that last time when you had your marathon 6-hour session, but it's still, to me, an important thing for you to know which categories different things should be in. For instance, a very expensive one at the top, should that really be Tier 1? I don't know what it actually is, and I don't think anybody else is. A problem that many of you expressed during your session is you didn't understand what the meaning was of these various strategies, and you asked a few questions, and Dan and crew gave you a sort of answer, but not particularly definitive. So I think our problem is, how do we determine where the priorities are? We know we're not going to get the full amount of money. We know that things can't be done the way we want them to. At the end of my op-ed thing, I was suggesting maybe we needed 0.5% to meet the open space needs. And we're not making a very good case to the public at all. And I think this is the most important single thing that we all have to work together to do. And I'm convinced that open space needs a lot more love and attention than just blindly signing off on the vision plan. We need a real plan with hard numbers on each of the topics. I noticed in your budget, 10 to 12% is allocated for trail maintenance. That's why we've got a big backlog, because we haven't been putting enough money in the past into trail maintenance, and it will continue to grow. We've got to get all this lined up financially in a manner that all of us can understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you. So then we will close the... You wish to speak, Lynn? Okay, come on down.
Sorry, I haven't signed it. Lynn Siegel, Boulder. Two things. Your reason to be, and I'm sending you this too because I just wrote this, cannot be disaggregated from interactive entities such as departments dealing with soil health. For example, Delta dust for prairie dog flea eradication is a poor trade-off associated with human health, considering that it also causes bee colony collapse, which would ultimately impact the nutrition and health of humans. On the Open Space Board, due to pollinator-dependent agriculture they depend upon to survive. In other words, we are, saving this open space. I mean, it'll go on without us, right? But, we are trying to save it here for folks to use. So, just a thought. The other, now, I'm not going to be voting for this open space tax. I don't care if it's 5% or 1% or what it is. I am not going to be voting for that. I can't justify the extra expense of this tax if the development community is not charged impact fees and the city implements a jobs housing balance, an enforceable jobs housing balance mechanism. And so you're going to have to expand yourself beyond the open space realm and deal with intersectionality and the interactiveness of all the departments and the integration of all the different things going on in Boulder if you're going to be effective. And this is the future of how our systems are going to operate. And so it's a big thing for you to do. It's a big vision, but that's the only way I'm going to vote for it. Developers have to pay. They're the ones causing this issue. They're the ones causing this endless growth. And what Alan's saying about we're not having enough, we're not creating enough money to maintain our trails appropriately, they're directly causing this issue. And they need to pay. Then I'll vote for this. So, thanks.
Thanks, Lynn. All right, so now we'll close public comment and return to the board. I would, just before getting into any substance, just make an observation. I think we have plenty of flexibility here on how we frame this. We can, as we did in 2013, just give sort of a bottom line on what we, among the various options, which one we support. We could also give a more detailed statement of our reasons. I kind of prefer not to spend 2 hours here trying to wordsmith, a sort of handbook of open space finance and, why we think what we think. But I think, so I'm sure someone has a motion in mind that's probably a way of capturing in a sort of a bottom line way our rationales for whatever it is, we're endorsing. We also have the benefit that a lot of this is captured in the master plan to which, we obviously are free to refer, and it describes the implications of various, funding scenarios. So, as in 2013, we just said, of course, part of the problem was it was a 2-2 vote, so we couldn't get into rationale since we didn't agree, but we just said, I'll just read it. Tom Isaacson moved the Open Space Board of Trustees informed City Council that 2 members present support extension of the 0.33% tax, 2 members present support extension of the 0.15% tax, and 1 member who was absent supports the 0.33% tax extension. That passed unanimously. So it was a little bit different circumstance because we were split evenly. We couldn't do much more than just say, we didn't attempt to capture the rationales behind, who thought what.
And I guess that was my question.
But that's, wanted to get that bit of history.
What's valuable for us to tell council beyond we support it? I mean, you're right, we could go into a lot of arguments about how, well, we just did the master plan and this is not a good time to cut fund. I mean, do you have a sense? I mean, what's of value to council to hear from us about this?
Well, my sense is that if we tried to, write something long and persuasive, I think to a large extent they'd say, we already know that. Yeah. That we, want to, I hopefully welcome the board's input on, what we propose and maybe a short statement of why. And of course, we could have some person or persons attend on August 20th if they have questions about that, and we could speak to it in further detail. I doubt they want a really lengthy piece. They already know from our study session, we've laid out in considerable detail, the good use to which additional funds could be put, and wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what we're about to vote, but I assume, they wouldn't be surprised that the board, would like to, thinks additional funds could be well spent.
But they're going to have to vote on this on August 20th, is it?
Right.
And that's before they review the master plan.
Right, but the study session, I thought, gave them, it seems like we spent a pretty good chunk of that sort of laying out the case.
On priorities, but not on funding amounts, I think. Other than the comment about 40 million for trail maintenance backlog. I don't recall during the study session discussing financial
I sort of felt that there was a fair amount of discussion, particularly from the mayor, about how the master plan would sort of lay out that case.
So I would suggest that we keep it brief and direct, but that we include some specific estimates or numbers. I'm not sure that council appreciates the magnitude of the issue. Now, the 40 million for, trail maintenance backlog is certainly a number that's been out there and is a good estimate, but I think there's an equal amount, another 40 million that, could easily be spent on ecosystem maintenance and restoration. I think that there's several million, perhaps even $20 million prairie dog management issue that we seem to, just kind of sweep under the rug during these conversations. And then, the soil improvement or amendments or whatever, is going to be several million. So just with those tier one kind of, examples, you're at $100 million easily, and so the 0.15 would, over a 20-year period, would create a little over $100 million. And I just think that council isn't thinking in those terms. I think they may have the 40 million trail backlog number, and that's what they're thinking of, but it's easily double that over a 10 or 20-year period. So my suggestion would be that we put a motion or a brief memo recommendation of the 0.15, but say, at the $5.3 million annual increment, it would, create this much money over a 20-year period, which would address, for example, these needs.
Yeah.
And there are other needs as well.
And I don't think we need to put this in the motion, but maybe I'll just say it, just my perspective, which is we should be talking about, our sense of open space funding and what's high priority and what is needed to run the system the way we think it ought to be run. I don't think we're in the business of commenting on the relative needs of other departments.
Right. Yeah.
And, that's what council and the public, that's for them to decide, and frankly, I don't feel qualified to comment on the relative needs of different departments, but we can speak to our perceptions of the one department we know very well and leave, sort of broader political judgments to others. I get the sense that, I'm happy with just proceeding to a motion and let that be the how this conversation tees off of, rather than engage in any sort of further discussion of kind of abstractions.
I'd like to make just a small comment. Sure. When I first looked at this, I highlighted 15 basis points for 20 years because I understand the extent of the underfunding and the backlog. Of course, that doesn't feel great because there are many other very important needs in the city, and it feels perhaps, self-serving. Yeah. But the thing that I'd like to communicate, being that it's my field, is that we just saw one of the most dramatic rollbacks in corporate and individual taxation in recent history. Everybody that I deal with is paying less overall in taxes than they have been for a long time. We have a very educated populace, and these are the opportunities we have to have local control and do things in this community the way that we want it, while it may be fading on a different level. So I actually think the scope for taxation is perhaps larger than it usually is. And so I would offer that as a justification for supporting 15 basis points for a longer period, just really believing some of these other needs can be met successfully in future ballot initiatives.
And there's a greater stability, of course, if you're over that longer period too, which aids in long-term planning.
Well, and the kinds of costs that we need to bear are long-term costs. They're not, none of them that we've been mentioning are short-term.
And I would add that there actually were two motions back in 2013. The first, without the numbers, was Tom Isaacson moved the Open Space Board of Trustees recommend that City Council place on the November 2013 ballot a vote for a dedicated 20-year tax extension for the Open Space and Mountain Parks Department. That passed unanimously. So we did comment affirmatively on, why we thought a 20-year tax dedicated was the right way to go. Everyone agreed on that. There was disagreement on the amount.
Just the amount.
But,
Do we all agree on the amount?
Well, let's see. Maybe we should. I think we probably should have a motion, and then we can,
I put together a rather, I saw it more as a brief memo, so the text is rather longer than a motion, but we could at least get that on the table and then whack away at it and get it to a motion.
Why don't you read it, just so we get a sense of where you're coming from?
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that makes sense, rather than spend a lot of time having Leah type the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Erica.
Leah?
Are you leaving us? We haven't gotten an explanation. What's going on?
Congrats to Erica for her first meeting at the helm, so.
All right, so let's go ahead.
So here's what I've drafted. We, being the Open Space Board of Trustees, want you, council, so this would be kind of in a memo format, to know our recommendation based on our August 14, 2019 board discussions as you deliberate concerning a sales tax measure for OSMP on the 2019 ballot. The question under discussion is, should a sales tax increment for OSMP be put on the 2019 ballot, and if so, what the appropriate level should be? Some examples from the OSBT master plan draft that you will be considering on September 3rd shows the level of funding needed to make progress on some of the Tier 1 highest priority needs over the next 10 to 20 years. Include, for example, or here, no, now I'm stumbling. Let's see, for the next 20 years. For example, here are some approximate costs. Reduced trail maintenance backlog. I put 160 miles of, that's, I think a trail, isn't that the trail estimate?
150.
150, okay. At 40 million. Increase soil health and resilience at about 2 million. Preserve and restore important habitat for native plants and animals, about 40 million. Address conflicts between agriculture and prairie dogs, about 20 million. Just these critical high priority needs identified by council, OSBT, and the public make it apparent that a 0.15 tax increment over 20 years, approximately, this is parenthetical, approximately 5.3 million times 20 equals approximately $106 million, would be needed to enable OSMP to address these top priority needs. In addition, OSMP is experiencing substantially increasing visitation levels in many areas and the myriad management challenges that entails. We thank you for considering a ballot measure to provide replacement funding for maintenance of our open space system and hope this information will help you in deciding on the level of funding/tax rate to place on the ballot.
I think that's good. I would probably get rid of the first part and the very last, that sort of thank you, and just say, just begin, Dave Kuntz moved to the Open Space Board, make the following statement: City Council, the Open Space Board recommends, 0.15 for 20 years for the following reasons. That it did not have the sort of, they already know, and just cut right to the chase on that. You don't need to sort of do the setup with the memo and stuff. That would be my suggestion. Then have your substantive text, and then personally, I wouldn't do the last sentence, to sort of thank you. I mean, it's nice, but we don't need that in motions. That would be my suggestion.
That sounds fine.
Okay, so does Erica have a copy of this? All right.
I can certainly give her one. And then
that may be faster to get it typed up. You will still need to read it out loud, but
Dan? And she can probably skip, as you say, the first preamble.
right. Dave will show you what to skip. Then we'll read it out loud so that it's on the tape.
Dan, are those numbers? Did those numbers cause you concern?
I just leaned over to Lauren with that same question.
Yeah, I think we can go back and double check them. One of the things Dan and I talked about in preparing for this presentation was we, in the master plan, have a fiscally constrained scenario, and then that middle scenario, which is closer to 2018 levels. Well, that would have been, we didn't come out and say 0.26. We didn't know what that would look like. But really, the 0.1 or the 0.15 is somewhere in between those scenarios.
Halfway, yeah.
So wanting to make sure that we make it proportional or understand under a 0.15 what that number would be. So we can go back and gut check.
Well, and knowing that the master plan is for 10 years.
Right.
Those numbers in the master plan are 10 years, and if we're talking 20.
Gets us closer to that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we can go back in the next couple of days and just affirm those.
Just so you know, the one estimate on the prairie dog ag and prairie dog management, I took like 20,000 prairie dogs that we estimated were on irrigated ag lands and used just about, I thought the number that Heather said was like $150 a prairie dog to relocate. So I just used $100 per prairie dog, so got that 20 million number that way. Now that may not actually be accurate or true, so there's probably some attention that needs to be paid to that number.
Sure, we can pull Heather in as well.
We could word it without mentioning the dollar amounts.
I agree.
We could say, while a 15% tax increment will not restore current levels of funding, it will allow us to move at a high priority aggressively, blah, 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 to address these major and expanding costs. And you can mention visitation and something like that, too. I do agree it's good to mention those specific things that council's interested in, trails, prairie dogs, et cetera.
Well, and there's a reason why. I mean, it's not just council, it's the public. Everybody
Oh, right,
has said
yes.
those
And you
are-
could mention these were, high
Yeah.
priorities for the public in the master plan process, la, 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 la. But we could probably simplify it and not be hanging ourselves on dollar amounts that somebody might question.
Okay.
I think that's good,
So,
personally.
Which is good.
Not showing exact dollar amounts, but the problem is, as Dave has already said, that the public has fixed in their heads the 40 million, because it's been said so many times.
Yeah.
I mean, we could say something like over $100 million over 20 years or something like that. I just think we ought to.
For these items, for these things.
We ought to give, some notion of what the magnitude of the, liability that we're talking about.
all right, so we're going to need to craft that language. If you're not happy with what's been handed to Erica on that, do you want to since it's your motion, do you want to take a crack at sort of quickly crafting some bullets?
I want you to. I thought what you said a couple minutes ago was fine.
I think what you said
Yeah.
is OSMP recommends 0.15, however you say that, funding or tax measure or tax increment over 20 years.
Right.
For the following, period. While this level will not restore our current level of OSMP funding, it will enable us to make significant progress on some of the Tier 1 highest priority needs.
So it could go a little slower, because I think this is good.
That's good.
And do you mind, Karen, if I interject in where we've already had one of those increments change, if we could refer to it as
2018 from current change will not restore the 2018 level of funding.
Got it. It will allow us to make significant progress on some of the Tier 1 highest priority needs.
Including?
Including approximately $100 million.
So maybe this is where you'd put approximately colon.
Well, I'm trying to use the lump sum amount instead of the individual amounts.
Okay, go for it.
I thought I heard that as a preference. Approximately $100 million.
To address,
colon, reducing what's a colon? Reducing trail maintenance backlog. These are bullets. Yep.
So rather than address, why don't we put the colon after 2 and then say the bullet would be reduced?
Okay, we can do that.
we can get the word
Yeah,
first.
just hit return at the end of it. Reducing trail maintenance backlog. Increase soil health and resilience. Preserve and restore important habitat. And address conflicts between agriculture and prairie dogs. And then the first one, instead of reducing, should be reduce.
All right. So we could quickly just, in the line before that, after the word approximately, get rid of the semicolon, then reduce.
And get rid of address, and then it just says to.
Right, then.
Good.
And you might, do we want to put an OSMP master plan before tier 1?
Sure.
Yeah. Since
Some of the OSMP master plan tier 1.
that's up
Right
above.
before tier 1, right before tier 1. Put the cursor in there. What was the change? Put the cursor in there and add OSMP master plan.
Yeah.
Right before tier 1.
Right before tier 1,
Right.
yeah.
Do we need to say $100 million over X many years? I mean, is that a 20-year?
Repeat the 20 years
Okay,
again?
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, it's $100 million total in 20 years. It's not per year, it's,
And it doesn't really including, it's generating.
thank you,
So,
generating.
under, in the line with 100
Instead of
million.
including.
It's generating approximately $100 million over 20 years.
Over 20 years, yeah.
Right.
Good.
And maybe do we throw in manage increasing visitation?
Yes.
That's tier 1 everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I put that as a sentence, but yeah, it probably deserves to be.
Okay, so you'll eventually put bullets and clean that up. Anything else? And if not, Dave, if you could do us the favor of then just reading the whole thing, so on the record, there's an actual, because.
What did I do with it?
Read it off there.
Yeah, I want to.
Oh.
So Dave Kuntz moved the Open Space Board of Trustees not to probably remove the to make the following statement or recommendation?
Statement. I think it's fine.
Statement?
Yeah.
Okay, to City Council.
We do need 2.
The OSBT recommends a 0.5.
The OSBT recommends a 0.15 sales tax increment over 20 years. While this level will not restore the 2018 level of funding, it will allow us to make significant progress on some of the OSMP Master Plan Tier 1 highest priority needs, generating approximately $100 million over 20 years to bullet, reduce trail maintenance backlog, bullet, increase soil health and resilience, bullet, preserve and restore important habitat, bullet, should we say reduce conflict?
I think it's fine the way it's.
Address conflict between agriculture and prairie dogs. Bullet, manage increasing visitation. Period.
Any heartburn from staff? We don't have much in the way of numbers there, so I wouldn't think so, but, okay.
Can I just add a comma? While this level will not restore the 2018 level of funding, comma.
Right.
And I'd like to second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? We're good? All in favor? All right. Good job. All right. So we then, matters from the board. Dave, do you want to give an ultra-quick report on the GAC meeting?
Yeah. I feel like we're going from the sublime to the ridiculous, but we'll go there. So the Greenways Advisory Committee, which consists of the Greenways Program of Public Works, a representative from the Water,
RAP?
RAB, Water Resources Advisory Board, the Parks and Recreation Board, and the Open Space Board, met last week to review the Greenways Capital Improvements Program for 2020 to 2025. So just as a real quick background, the total Greenways annual capital budget is a little over $400,000 with the additional $105,000 in operating, so a little over $500,000 a year. The money comes from the Transportation Fund, Stormwater and Flood Management Utility Fund, and from the lottery. So Open Space does not contribute any funding directly to the Greenways program. The major projects for 2020 are essentially a 4-mile Canyon Creek corridor at Broadway, 19th Street, and 26th Street, and the Violet Park site. So the Parks, Greenways is working with the Parks Department to develop that city park between Broadway and 19th on Violet Avenue. The primary focus for Greenways in 2020 is flood mitigation, bicycle and pedestrian multi-use paths, and underpasses, habitat and water quality improvements. The Greenways program completed the Wonderland Creek project this year, which is a 100-year channel improvements, 3 new underpasses, and replanted almost 1,900 trees and shrubs. I guess I made a concerted effort to say that they should be focused on habitat restoration. I was assured that that was certainly one of the major components of the Greenways program. In the text, they said basically a secondary focus for the 2020 to 2025 Greenways CIP is habitat restoration and stream bank stabilization. They did acknowledge that they had worked with open space staff, especially on the revegetation, getting recommendations from staff on species and that sort of thing. So there is a kind of a collaborative, cooperative effort that's ongoing on occasion between the Greenways program and the Open Space Department. There aren't any, the 4 Mile Canyon Creek project, which is pretty much the only one for 2020 for Greenways, does not contain or affect any kind of open space land or property. So it's all east of Broadway. And then there are some creek improvements for 2021, Gregory Canyon Creek, Skunk Creek, a number of the tributary creeks. But in general, next year is 4 Mile Canyon Creek is pretty much it.
And that is, I think a lot of that's over by Crestview Elementary School, which is, the creek is a mess there.
Right.
It does need, some
So
significant work.
there's some underpasses, creek stabilization, stream bank stabilization, things like that.
Is there a habitat connectivity play here in the long term, do you think?
Well, they talk, the Greenways program staff talks about that. I think that in reality, it's kind of a secondary factor. I think flood mitigation and bicycle, pedestrian, multi-use paths are the primary focus. Yeah. Interestingly, and this is a sidelight, the RAB representative, made kind of a concerted statement about the ditches in the city, so that in his mind, the creeks run west to east in a kind of southeasterly fashion. The ditches run south to north in a kind of northeasterly fashion. So you get this kind of grid. And what he was proposing was that the city start thinking about undergrounding all those, as many ditches as possible in order to put multi-use paths on top of them. And so I simply said that, that probably wasn't going to be something that we would support because, the habitat and, wildlife implications from that the creeks almost equally to the streams provided wildlife habitat and ecological functions that we consider to be very important. So that conversation kind of tailed off, but just so you know, I think there will probably be some consideration in the future about looking at undergrounding some more of the ditches. And they use farmers' ditch as the example in North Boulder Park, where it's underground, and Silver Lake Ditch is actually undergrounded in the North Boulder Community Park, which is, north of, north of Union Avenue, or north of Cherry. North. The big park that's adjacent to open space off Foothills Trail. So anyway, that was basically it.
Okay, great. Thanks. So I don't...
That move kind of disturbs me.
Yeah, it was a little disconcerting.
They're always looking for ways to get multi-use paths going north, because they have so few of them.
Right.
So.
And I think from the Water Resources Advisory Board's probably perspective, that might be something that would be worth considering. Mm-hmm. I don't think that there's any serious consideration of that suggestion at this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's true that the greenways paths do tend to run east-west. And if you try, and when you do the B360, which, Greenways, I think, helps organize, the western leg, you're just basically on open space, behind Wonderland Lake and going through all that. But that's a whole other...
transportation part of the Greenways program?
Yes.
Yeah.
So transportation has been working at getting more bike paths, multi-use paths on streets. So why would not street-oriented north-south routes,
well,
like on
that's
19th?
I just think it's incredibly hard to have to create a bike path, not as opposed to a bike lane, but actual bike path. That's a huge an actual
their effort is bike lanes.
Anyway, I think that...
Well, just keep us apprised if that issue arises, I will. It sounds like there's no immediate action point on that.
I think that it was just amusing at the time.
All right. Is there any event between now and September 11th that anyone's aware of that we would need to notice? I'm not aware of any. Okay. Is there any matter that anyone else wants to raise?
Not that I can think of.
All right, then. Sounds like we're adjourned. Thank you.
Live from Paris, on France 24.